Hey, what's up, wrong person? What's up, man? What's up, cat? Birthday's in 1.5 hours. Let me see. 1.5. Oh. Hey, nice. You're gonna be 30, just like me. Hey, what's up, Ems? Rises from the grave. Greetings. Is this another Plants vs. Zombies thing? Help. Why are people here so old? No, I'm kidding. Wrong person isn't 30. I have this friend group. For everyone's birthday, we make separate GC and plan a party. Oh, that's pretty. That's interesting. First person, the friend group that didn't get one. Oh, it's alright, man. You'll be fine. You're not gonna die if no one celebrates your birthday. It'll just be another day. 3 hours. Okay. No need to condense resin. Yeah, anyway. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. Stream title. Do you need Arlecchino? Me, bro. I have her since literally April 25. Well, that's not the case for everyone. Tired from college? Oh, okay. You must speak in... Okay. Today's PE class was hell, especially to a weak nerd like me. Weak nerd? Really? You're like physically weak? You're the first to wish me. Oh, really? Well... Here's the thing though. Whenever someone tells you it's gonna be their birthday, there is a tiny chance that they just want you to know that. Right? There's a tiny chance that they just want you to know that. And nothing else. But it's very likely that they also want you to greet them. As for me, I don't care. I really don't care. That's why I don't tell anyone my birthday. In fact, I hate the fact that you cannot remove your birthday from your Facebook profile. Like, you can't... I guess you can hide it, but you can't hide it from your friends. And by friends, I mean, like, the people that are, like, friends whose Facebook accounts are friends of your Facebook accounts. And like, I appreciate that like some people, you know, despite the fact that I think my OBS is a bit off. Hang on. Excuse me. Okay. Even though, I mean, they probably don't see. They probably don't see that my Facebook account has not posted anything in like 2 years. There's nothing on my wall. Like, there's a bunch of stuff on my wall. Stuff that my wife tagged me on. Alright, they're not my posts. But like, I guess like what happens is like, people like they log into Facebook and then like in their notifications thing, it's like, hey, it's this guy's birthday, and like they don't even know like that Facebook account hasn't been used in like ages. They probably just like generically greet. Right, cool. And I appreciate that those people take at least take the time to greet this person that they probably know, right? Like probably knew from like years ago, haven't had any contact with for like several years, and still decides to greet them. I appreciate that, but like I don't know, I just don't want to bother anyone. Like I'd rather people just don't bother, unless if they're like oh, no more condensed, right? Yeah, okay. No more condensed. Unless if they're someone that I'm like really, really close with, which, no one is. No one is. I guess family, but that's a different story. Family is different. Hang on, I've been yapping for like a few minutes now. Let me go back through chat, see if I could catch up a bit. Hang on. These coins work, man. Got a 4D TV artifact after I got the coin. Okay. Well, happy for you, man. Doesn't work for me. So, your mileage may vary. I just have twig arms. Oh, it's alright, man. You'll grow into them. You'll grow into them. What you want to look at is like you look at your mom and or your dad. Like, look at their body types and use that as like a good. That's like a really good example of what you're gonna turn out to be when you get bigger. Of course, genetics isn't everything. I understand like lifestyle plays a pretty big part of it, but genetics also plays a really big part in it. Are you enjoying Mavuika gameplay? Want to hear joke? Okay, sure. Fire away, Kaito. So to answer your question, Rom, yeah, kind of, but I still hate that. How do I put this? I still find her like spin to win thing awkward. Like hang on, I don't know how to put it. Like I don't even know why I don't like how I see it. Like I'm happy that it makes big numbers. And there's some parts of it that I sort of don't understand yet because like sometimes I notice that I just hold left mouse button. I just hold left mouse button for a bit and I accidentally let it go. Accidentally. And it keeps spinning. Sort of like Neuvillette charged attack, right? Like when you hold left mouse button, once the charge gets going, you can let go of your mouse button and it'll just keep going until it runs out. But on Mavuika, it happens to me sometimes, but sometimes not. If I let go of left mouse button, it stops. But sometimes, if I accidentally let go of left mouse button, it keeps going. So like, I don't know. I think it's these minor inconsistencies that are making it so that I don't feel it doesn't feel satisfying to me. I don't know if I don't think it's the animations. If it is the animations, I would also understand why I don't like it. I do know that I'm happy that it makes a big number, regardless of what team I put it in. Even if I put Bennett in the team or I don't. If I don't put Bennett in the team, it makes a big number. If I put Bennett in the team, it makes a way bigger number. So like I'm happy about that. Hey, what's up, loyal hater? I haven't seen you in a while, man. What's going on? I'm yapping. My dad's a little bit fat. Am I cooked? That just means you're gonna have to pay attention to your diet. Your diet And when I say pay attention to your diet, I don't mean starve. Okay? That's what people often do. When someone says pay attention to what you eat, and then they immediately, like, they barely eat anything. They eat 1 grain of rice for lunch, and you're like, oh no, I'm paying attention to my diet. Uh, pay attention to your diet means pay attention to your diet. Just don't overeat. That's all it is. On all my 50/50s for once, and I'm so happy. I may sound like I'm bragging. That's because I am. Are you talking when you say all your 50/50s? Are you talking about this patch? Like you wished for multiple 5 stars and you won? How many 50/50s do you win? First the glitch for Mavuika on mobile. You use her skill for the off-field attack. Her Night Soul doesn't even charge up. Oh, really? Really? Wow. That's pretty big. I haven't heard anyone talk about that though. 540. Where am I? 1 mils. My build ain't that bad. Yeah, yeah. And that's the part that I hate about these front-loaded on-field damage dealers. Is every time we get a front-loaded damage dealer, like a new character, right? Like a new character, and they're front-loaded damage dealer, like Mavuika, like Eula, like Raiden Shogun. Every time, content creators, and I understand, like they gotta do it, right? They need a thumbnail. They need a proper thumbnail. They need a proper thumbnail. They need to make shorts. They need to make videos. I understand, but it's so misleading. It's so misleading because not everyone can be bothered to watch every video out there, every informational video out there, informational, mathematical, and every like abyss run video out there on the internet, just to get a better, a more accurate idea of how strong a character is. So of course, the easy way to do it is just to go watch the most, like the bigger content creators, right? Because they're bigger content creators, most people just assume that they're more reliable because they have a reputation to uphold. And again, it's not their fault, right? Not every content creator has to be 100% accurate every time. Although, right, like they didn't sign any contract to say I will make every Genshin Impact video will be absolutely 100% mathematically correct every time, and every statement I say about the game will never be misleading and will always be 100% accurate, right? Like they didn't sign any contracts that say that. It's just out of goodwill. It's out of goodwill, and of course their own reputations. Their reputations according to their own, whatever they prefer their reputations to be, right? And it's just misleading when it comes to these front-loaded damage dealers, because it's so much easier to see clips of like these clips of like really strong characters. Oh my god. Jeez. God, I can't believe I'm like, okay, I'm gonna lock it. I hate this. I haven't gotten I haven't gotten an artifact like that in a while, but I still can't accept it every time I get one. It's still unacceptable. I hate the fact that I feel like I have to lock it, because I hate the fact that the back of my mind is thinking like, what if we get a healing character in the future that wants to heal but also can do damage? Man, I hate it. Just eat a lot of protein and less carbs. Yes, but if you eat a lot of protein only with zero exercise, like that protein eventually just turns to fat if you don't burn it. Like if you don't use it up. Right? And like so like think about this, right? Imagine someone who drinks, you know, like well, what's the word I'm looking for? What are these called? Protein shakes? Yeah, protein shakes that are sold by say establishments that have to do with like bodybuilding and stuff, right? Right. Of course, those protein shakes were engineered and marketed for building muscle, right? Of course. And if somebody takes those supplements or drinks that protein shake or whatever it is, protein, whatever, and they don't exercise, like they don't exercise, they just like they're like me, a potato, a couch. Well, I don't sit on a couch, but yeah, right, like a lazy bum. They're just gonna get bigger. They're not gonna gain more muscle. Well, kinda, but not really. It's like more like flabby muscle, fatty muscle. I don't know what to call it. I don't know the science behind it, but you'll just get bigger without really looking like you're bigger. Like you'll just look fatter. Good evening, RJ. Hey, what's up, AC? Haven't seen you in a while, man. How have you been? Did you go for CV or RV on artifacts? What is RV? Sorry, it's not coming to mind. It's not coming to mind like instantly. DPS Barbara artifact piece be like. Right. You're not lazy. You're just a dad. King RJ yapping. Dispatch both Mavuika and Arlecchino. Yes, that's right. That is right. Hence the title of this stream, because I'm sure a bunch of people have been wondering, not just now, but even it's like, especially because the Arlecchino, the 5.3 first half and second half banners were announced on the same day. Right, like as soon as it was confirmed, and even before it, like which 5 stars were confirmed, like the banners were confirmed, even like from the first leaks that started coming up, like first leaks that said Arlecchino in Arlecchino, Chlorinde, Mavuika, and Citlali in 5.3. Right, as soon as the first leaks came out of those, I'm sure people were already wondering, oh my god, should I get Mavuika? Should I get Arlecchino? If I get Mavuika, do I still need to go for Arlecchino? Right, I'm sure people have been wondering that as soon as that information came out, and most especially now that Arlecchino's banner is actually here, because they probably, like I guarantee a bunch of players went for Mavuika and or Citlali and are now wondering whether they should go for Arlecchino as well, especially because most people have such good opinions of Arlecchino. Arlecchino is easier for me to use. I do think Arlecchino is easier to use. Yeah, like, well, okay, never mind about easier. Let me make it more accurate. I think Arlecchino is more flexible. Like it's easier to, like, it's harder to mess up your rotation. Like it's harder to mess up like your team rotation, because her rotation, because of the way she works, is so flexible. Like you missed something in your rotation, not to worry. Just swap out of Arlecchino and then come back, and then you'll still have your pyro infusion, no problem. And not to mention, Arlecchino is like way more flexible when it comes to team building. Now, I'm not saying that you can't play Mavuika in the same teams that you can play Arlecchino in. It's just a little awkward, and you are also, I don't want to say losing, but if you just play Mavuika in her best teams, right? Like Citlali, Zalonen, right? Like whatever, right? Like her best team, Bennett, right? Citlali, Zalonen, Bennett. She, the difference between the the common Arlecchino teams before Mavuika and Citlali came out versus Mavuika's best team is so. And when I say Arlecchino's this team, basically Arlecchino's teams before Mavuika and Citlali came out, but then just replace Arlecchino with Mavuika. Mavuika in those teams versus Mavuika's best teams, like the gap is quite big. So technically, you're still dealing a good amount of damage with Mavuika in those teams, but you just feel like you're losing damage because you know she can do way more. So yeah, it doesn't feel satisfying when you couldn't get like Citlali, or you didn't get Zelonen, or you want Bennett on another team. It just, I hate it. It feels so unsatisfying, because especially if you know they can do so much more. They're doing well, but you just know they can do so much more if you just had the right pieces. Albeit, Arlecchino's best teams nowadays is also Mavuika's best teams, which is, yeah. So like, and that's the problem though. That's the problem now, is you can play them separately. They have different play styles, right? They have different playstyles. Arlecchino's a normal attacker, a lot more flexible, can easily be put into a team with Xingqiu, with Yalan, right? And whereas Mavuika can be put into a team with Xingqiu and Yalan, but is a little more awkward, but is doable. So there is there is overlap between them, and there isn't. So like the overlap between them is like copium, right? Copium. Like if you just didn't have anything. So, and that's the problem, is because there can be overlap between them. It's hard not to compare them. It's hard for people to not think about, oh, if I have Mavuika now, do I still need Arlecchino? Or if I have Arlecchino now, do I still need Mavuika? RJ said, Lali an upgrade for Arle. I think so. I think so. I've seen quite a few people say talk about Arlecchino melt. Like when Citlali's kit was like finally confirmed, I saw quite a few people talk about Arlecchino in a melt team. I don't really actively like, what's the word I'm looking for? Feels crafting. I don't know if you guys have heard of that team, right? Feels crafting. The theory crafting that I do isn't really theory crafting. It's more like feels crafting. I just go by like gut feeling, and like, I it's like theory crafting, but like lazy and not smart, right? And so that's why I can't give like a definitive answer of like, can this work, can this not work, especially when I need like more like detailed info, such as like, does Mavuika apply too much pyro for Citlali to, like, to enable forward melt on Arlecchino. And then like I start to go into it, and like Arlecchino's normal attacks I think have standard ICD, which means like it doesn't apply pyro so fast. And then that's where I drop off, where like I that's the point where I can't answer it anymore. Better than vape is what I mean. If I think if Citlali's cryo app is enough to at least make the first half of Arlecchino's normal attacks in a rotation melt, then I think it's, yeah, I think it's I wouldn't say overwhelmingly, but I would say it's clearly it would probably be clearly better than vape Arlecchino. But again, that depends. Which that depends on an answer that I don't have. Depends on what the answer is to a question that I have, but I don't have the answer to. Oh god. Well, there you go. I panicked. Power creep in this game is nowhere as strong as in HSR. So Arlie is still very good if you don't have Mavuika. That is true though. That is true. Oh, speaking of like power creep and Arlecchino and Mavuika, so I'm sure some of you guys are quite familiar with Jello Impact already. I've heard about him for quite a few years now already. YouTube has recommended his content to me quite a few times already, like within the last few years, and I may or may not have watched a couple of his videos before, but I've never been subscribed to him. And like just starting yesterday, so YouTube recommended his content, and I don't like it. Just so happened to be a video that seemed interesting to me. Not interesting, like more like a passing interest. So like I just opened it in incognito. I didn't want the YouTube algorithm to like put it into my like preferences and stuff. And then I watched it and I was like, this is cool. Like it's boring, but it's cool. It's like information that I like, information that I would like to have. And some of it I have already. Like I could sort of just feels craft some of it, but some of it I can't. Like I'm like I have an idea of it, but like just don't have any confirmation of it. I think he could be a way bigger dude on the platform on YouTube if he. I don't know who edits his videos. Like whoever it is, I'm sorry. This is nothing against you, but like if he edits his own videos, like he could benefit so greatly from having like little how do I describe it? Like so okay, you know how like Zajeff's YouTube videos, in my opinion, basically talk about almost the same exact thing as at least some of the Jello Impact videos that I've seen. Right, like not exactly the same info, but like the idea there is there, right? The idea is there. I think Jello Impact's the way he speaks is a lot more. There's a lot less energy in it, right? Like there's like it's a lot more like toned down compared to Zajeff's, and Zajeff's isn't even like super energetic or anything. But like Jello Impacts is just so like calm and like just toned down, like low energy. Like like streaming at midnight when grandma's sleeping, something like that, something like that. And I think that's part of why he isn't as big as I think he could get. But I also think that if he were able to like make his videos like a little more interesting, and when I say more interesting, same exact content, just add in like some random animations, like whatever. I don't know what to describe them. Every now and then, like so in Jeff's videos, like I think from what I understand, he has an editor. From what I understand, he has an editor, and there was this thing for a while where Zajeff, like at the beginning of a video, he yaps for like 5 minutes, and during that yap, he doesn't really talk about any characters or anything. He just explains what's gonna be in the video and why he's gonna talk about them for like 5 minutes. And during that time, there's nothing really to show. And hang on, is my cursor? can my cursor be seen on the stream? Okay, it can. All right. So, it sort of became a thing between him and his viewers, both Twitch and YouTube, that like his webcam footage would be here, and then like it would just be slow, like as he yaps for like 5 minutes, it would slowly like move like this. I don't know, I forgot the name of it, but like I remember there was a screensaver for like Windows XP, I believe, or Windows 7, I don't remember. Windows XP, I'm pretty sure. Where like something, a picture or text, just does this. Like it moves around the screen like this, bounces around, and like he did, like his editor just did that with his webcam footage, and then like he made it, and then he made it so that like at the end of the yap, it would perfectly hit the corner here, and then it sort of was something that his viewers and the people watching his videos looked forward to, right? Like, and like despite him just yapping, not really saying anything, like me right now, there was something interesting about it. That thing that him, sort of like an inside joke. And I think stuff like that makes like boring yapping somewhat interesting at the very least. Jello Impact just does his thing, and there's just like nothing on the screen going on. There's nothing going on the screen. Like in the Jeff's videos, there's like when he mentioned, like when he starts talking about teams, right? He starts talking about teams, starts talking about characters. There's like random, like when he says a character's name in a specific team, like there's like an emoji of that character. Like it's often a different emoji almost every time, depending on the mood, depending on how he's talking about it. If he's talking about that character in a poor way, like that character is a terrible character for this team, then it's like one of the emojis that's like funny and like sort of tragic looking, right? Like that character doesn't look happy. The character looks like they're in trouble. Whereas like if that character is being talked about in that moment in a good way, like it's a good character for whatever team he's talking about, then they use an emoji that looks good, that makes that character look good and like impressive or whatever. And stuff like that is just, it makes boring yapping. It's like there's something happening on the screen. Like not like me right now where I'm just walking around in front of Catherine while yapping. RJ the yapping Archon. Hey, real. Maybe you should also do it as well because you yap a lot as well. Yeah, like, and like for such a long time now, I have been meaning to like make videos and stuff. And like I actually, before I started streaming, like I actually was only making videos, very scripted videos, unfortunately very low quality videos, but you know, I was making videos nonetheless. I was only uploading videos, no streaming. But like one thing I realized as I made those videos is before I started, I knew that I didn't have the creativity to edit videos in an entertaining way, in a funny way, in a way that looked like visually entertaining or visually interesting and visually not boring. And I just thought, like, well, if I keep telling myself I'll do it later when I have a good idea of how to do it, then I'll never get the opportunity to practice. And if I never get the opportunity to practice, I'll never get better at it. I'll never get good ideas about it. Right? So I was like, okay, I just said to myself, screw it. I'm just gonna do it. I don't care. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna put out the information that I have in whatever. And I kept doing it. And I realized, like, I seemed to be sort of getting better at it, but like the entertaining part of it, I could not feel it coming at all in any way. Like there was just 0%. That bar where I felt like I had ideas now to make my videos, to edit my videos in a way that was like visually entertaining now. I didn't feel it move at all. Like in my head, I didn't feel anything. I could not think of anything. Even after making quite a few videos, not a lot of videos, but quite a few videos, So I was like, well, I guess it's a creativity thing. That was sort of what I the conclusion that I got to after after several videos, and I just thought, okay, I guess there's no way that I'm gonna be able to edit my videos in an entertaining way. Obviously, I can't afford an editor because like I barely make money on YouTube. In fact, like the YouTube for me is more a loss than more financial loss than a financial gain. It's just less of a financial loss because I stream it and I've monetized the channel. RJ doesn't even come close to my parents' level 1 yet. That doesn't sound too encouraging, man. Well, yeah. Remind me to if we ever meet in real life, remind me to say no when you suggest no, when you ask me if you want me to meet your parents. If you when you ask me, remember to say no when you ask me to come over to your place. Do I need Arlecchino? Yeah, because I only have Nivelette. Do I need Arlecchino because I only have Nivelette? Okay, okay. That's a pretty good question in your situation, Ayato. Do you need Arlecchino because you only have Nivelette? When you say you only have Nivelette, that it sounds like you're like quite a new player. Are you a new-ish player, Ayato? Because like when I hear someone say you only have Nivelette, it sounds to me like you don't have like other on-field DPSs, right? Like for example, uh, okay, like no Raiden Shogun, right? Obviously, Raiden Shogun's not a dedicated on-field damage dealer. She can be one, and she's a pretty good one, right? And that's so. Please, yeah, confirm it to. Please confirm it to me that you just don't have like any other character that you can use as an on-field damage dealer. That's one that's actually good. One that's one that doesn't need like an ungodly amount of investment to actually do good numbers. Just go for Furina. This is a wild RJ. He is currently yapping, and he will continue. Oh. it sounds. You sound like a narrator for like a documentary. Okay. Um. So wrong person. What wrong person says? Just go for Furina. So you have Nivelette, right? Furina is certainly one of the best characters that you can put in a Nivelette team. So that is certainly. If you don't have Furina yet, that is certainly like I don't disagree with that statement, right? Like you. So Furina should certainly be a character that you should be gunning for sooner or later. Um, Depends on your priorities, depends on the current situation. Of course, right now, rumors have been going around that Furina. Wait. No, I'm an idiot. It's been confirmed. It's confirmed already. Furina in 5.4. I'm an idiot. Okay, Furina in 5.4 confirmed, right? So now you have a choice. Go for Arlecchino or Chlorinde, right? They're both on-field damage dealers, whichever one you prefer. Or make your Nivella team stronger. Started playing in kinda 1.5 months ago. Oh wow, okay. I completed all Archon quests. Oh my god. You completed everything in just 1.5 months? I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying oh god, how much have you been playing the last 1.5 months, man? I can't. Oh my god, I can't imagine going from Mondstadt, right? Like from going from that beach on in Mondstadt, like and being up to date. Going through all those Archon quests, exploration, though the big world quests, all the way to the current like 5.3 Natlan Archon quest, and being like up to date now in 1.5 months. God. I haven't done any much world quests though. I started playing for the story. Oh, the main story. Okay, okay. Yeah, but like, and that's what I'm concerned about, because there are a few world quests, big world quests that I think are. I don't know about impossible to skip, but like sometimes an Archon quest. I do remember a few Archon quests making it so that like we're like at some point you get to the point in an Archon quest where it says like, oh, location is busy or being used in a different quest, and like that quest is like a big world quest, or like NPC is currently busy in this quest, and like that quest is a big world quest. I remember a few big world quests slash Archon quests being like that. Not that many, but also not one or two only. So I just can't imagine. Anyway, so let's get to answering your question then. So if you don't have Furina yet, I would recommend you consider getting Furina for your as sort of like an improvement for your Nivelette teams. Your Nivelette teams will still be really good even without Furina. It'll just be better with Furina. But not only for Nivelette, Furina is a really good character. A really good character. Like, for example, in my case, okay, so I have Arlecchino, right? Arlecchino is a normal attacker, which means I can pair her with Yelan. I can pair her with Xingqiu, because Xingqiu and Yelan's bursts activate when you do normal attacks, right? But if my Arlecchino and Xingqiu are busy, like I'm using them on in the other side of Abyss or like whatever, right? I can't use them right now. Then of course I still have Furina there. Furina's fine. But if I were to use, okay, let's pretend this is Mavuika. Let's pretend this is Mavuika. Mavuika is a different story. Mavuika doesn't do normal attacks when you're on the field with her. She does charged attacks, which means I cannot use Yelan and Xingqiu with her. And okay, so there are a few other off-field hydro appliers in the game that don't need you to do normal attacks, right? Obviously, there's like the 1.0 character, which is Barbara. No, just kidding, Mona. All right, there's Mona, and then there is Kokomi. But then, problem is they apply hydro quite slowly. So the first like maybe 2, 3, or 4 seconds, enemies might have hydro on them, but after a while of you normal attacking on somebody like Mavuika, or sorry, not normal attacking, somebody like charged attacking on somebody like Mavuika, that hydro is gonna go away, and then that enemy is gonna have pyro on it, and then you won't be vaping anymore. All right, so let's see who else could it be. No one else. There's no one else but Furina. Furina has slightly faster hydro application, albeit a little more random, a little less consistent, but overall faster hydro application than Kokomi and or Mona. So, right, so like at this point, okay, well, you can't use Xingqiu. Well, can't is a strong word, but you can use Xingqiu with Mavuika, but it's a little copium, it's a little awkward, but you can make it happen. It's just a little awkward, and you can also make it work with Yelan. Just a little awkward, but why not just go with a character that isn't awkward, does have actually somewhat fast hydro application, that also gives you a giant damage percent buff. Right? So, but if you don't have Furina, now you're screwed. You let's say you got Mavuika, you didn't get Citlali because you didn't have enough Primo Gems, you're screwed. You can use Well, we again, like I said, with Yelan and Xingqiu, a little awkward. You're gonna have to like learn a little bit, like get used to like a certain gameplay with Mavuika, right? So okay, I'm selling Furina really hard right now. But anyway, I'm just telling you some of the reasons why you should consider getting Furina, because Furina is coming in 5.4, and she is probably going to be a character that will be on your mind when trying to decide, should I go for the characters on the banner now? Should I go for another damage dealer? Or should I make a team I have now that's somewhat strong already even stronger? Listen, everyone, I already boiled Arlecchino. I'm saving for Furina because I haven't done even a bit of exploration in Sumeri Fontaine and Natlan. Albedo left the characters? What? What do you mean? You're saying he isn't here? No, that's definitely wrong. Yeah, there he is. No. Hey, you already pulled for Arlecchino. Okay. So what was your original question? Didn't you ask if you do need Arlecchino or not? If you already pulled for her, what did you say? Why did you ask the question in the first place? And why did you say you only have Nivelette? Or are you saying that you literally just pulled for Arlecchino? Susbedo is no longer existent, at least in reruns. Well, he did sort of have a rerun. Uh, not recently, but you know, not 3 years ago either. He was in the first ever Chronicled banner rush, the Mondstadt themed one. Okay, what the heck am I doing? Okay, I need to be doing exploration now. What is next? Okay, this region. Anyway, I'm curious to know what your guys' thoughts are. What do you guys think? Do you think you quote unquote need Arlecchino? I know it's very situational. It's not a question that you can just ask anyone to, and like they'll have the same exact answer every time. It really depends on the situation, especially if you want to be as objective about it as possible. Do I need to pull for Amber? Sure, I guess, if you want her. Amber Supremacy. Quote unquote need. Definitely not. I pulled her solely for the drip. Oh, Paul. Paul and V vlogs. Alright, Paul. And V? Which one are you? Are you like, is it both of you there? Anyway. Did you also get her weapon then? If it's solely for the drip. Did you also get her weapon? I gotta say, I'm kinda disappointed. Not. Well, yeah, I guess disappointed is the right word, but only a little bit. Only a little bit. I was So I knew that the Arlecchino build I had ready on on my third account wasn't very good. Right? It's like, okay, I gotta say that one's okay. That one's good. It could have been better, but especially with those two rolls into flat attack and flat defense, if they had rolled into crit, that would have been, man, perfect, right? But despite that, it's still pretty good. But like the rest of it is like, okay, so it's something, especially these three, right? I knew that I didn't have a very good set ready for her, and I knew that on my third account I did not have like a better weapon for her. I have Homa, I know, but I also don't have any more crit rate on any, like, you know, I cannot get any more crit rate from the Whimsy set. And I tried to look at my I tried looking at my gladiator pieces, and I couldn't come up with anything to get more crit rate to make up for switching over to Homa. It just wasn't possible. So I'm stuck with White Tassel. I'm stuck with White Tassel, and okay, that's my crit ratio. Looks okay. It looks okay. And I I was expecting her. I was expecting, so like sort of how I set my expectations for a character that I look forward to getting, especially one that I'm somewhat sure that I'm gonna be able to get, is I look at what I see from other people, and if I get the feeling that, oh, this person is a content creator and this is like this is not a very realistic test, like, okay, despite him using a 4-star weapon and like a 4-star only team, he still has whale artifacts, right? Like that is often that is like my biggest problem with I Win to Lose, right? Because like he does his best to make his quote unquote free to play teams as realistically free to play as possible, and like he uses math to do it as well. Even despite having C6 support sometimes, but it's still a little misleading, because even though I'm free to play, and he mathematically the teams he showcases in his free to play videos are mathematically free to play, but that's also on top of, it's like it's free to play possible, but like free to play one day possible. Like whale artifacts, whale artifacts. Just because they're whale artifacts doesn't mean a free to play. Just because they're whale artifacts doesn't mean a free to play cannot have them one day, right? But that's the thing, is that a whale will have those kinds of artifacts much faster than a free to play, and it's just a little. It's a little. So it's free to play. Yes, it's not wrong. It's not lying. It's just not what everyone is gonna be able to achieve. Uh, I usually use something like that. Like I Went to Lose videos, the Jeff Math, whatever, right? Like I get multiple sources of information, and then I tune it down, right? I turn it down to reality, right? Like, and for me, reality is somewhere around 80 or 70% of that, of the whatever numbers I Went to Lose shows in his quote unquote free to play showcases, free to play team showcases, and like Zajeff's math. I turn it down. I take that information, I take what I see from them, and I turn it down to like 80 or 70%, and sometimes 60%, depending on what kind of character it is. It's some, like for somebody like Mavuika, I turned it all the way down to 60%, because I knew that if I didn't have Citlali, I wasn't gonna get anywhere even close to 80% of what these content creators showcased. So listen, I can get Furina right. Like I haven't even maxed out the statue except Mondstadt anyway. Yeah, Furina. Oh wait, which region did you say you haven't done any exploration in? Did you? Was Fontaine included in that? Like, is that is that what you're asking? Like, should you get Furina? Because thinking, oh, I haven't gone to Fontaine yet. Last one. She's useless. Without Natlan, she's so mid. I played her in my friend's account. Are you talking about Mavuika? I already have Mavuika, DPS, sub DPS, buffer, pyro application. Oh, hey, it's you, Shinrin. How's it going, man? Sorry, man. I was yapping. I'm sure you're used to it by now. I'm sorry, man. Bro, can you farm Primo Gems and artifacts in my ID? Dude, if you... Hmm. Would that be possible? Would that be economically viable? Right, in my current situation, no, because like, dude, I have 1K subscribers on YouTube. There's literally 13 of you only watching here. No, like no one's like throwing money at my way, and of course I don't expect you to, right? I don't expect you to, only if you are able to afford to, and only if you want to. But right, like this, so I don't make any money from this. I don't make money from playing Genshin. I make a couple cents from ad revenue from you guys watching me. We appreciate it. Thank you, by the way. But that just means I'm not losing as much money because I'm streaming compared to if I wasn't streaming. Because obviously my electricity is running and I'm using up my time now instead of like, say, getting another job. Right? Instead of getting another job, I'm doing this. I'm talking to you guys. So how do we make this economically viable? So either I blow up on YouTube, or I don't know, somehow like I somehow make an X amount of money through YouTube ad revenue or like super chats, whatever, right? By doing this, and I play on different people's accounts, including yours, and just do exploration, right? Farm Primo Gems, or someone who wants me to do that on their account literally pays me a certain amount of money that I think is a reasonable amount of money for the amount of time that I think I will take to farm the primos and artifacts on their account. No, that was a lot of yapping for a yes or no question. Anyway, that was the long answer. Short answer is sorry, dude. I can't. I'm different. I don't waste the time. Thing. Just for 1.5 months, maxing out the statue. When I was a noob, I was out there killing random bosses, not having the concept of present. Sorry, by the way, I hospital. You are Ali, right? I think I'm remembering that right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can relate to that. For like 1.5 months, maybe 2, maybe even 3 months, I had no idea what I was doing. So I sort of understood the concept that, like, because like RPG, right? I came from MMORPGs before Genshin. I came from MMORPGs, so obviously I understand the concept of like kill enemies, get XP, make characters stronger, bigger stats, make bigger numbers. I understand that concept, but I did not understand the concept of like go use resin. If this is maxed out, I'm not making resin. Use resin to farm artifacts, to farm this stuff, to get the right main stat, get the right substats, upgrade them, and hope you get the substats you want. I did not understand that concept. It took me so long to understand that concept. It took me so long to understand the concept that I should level up my talents, that I should not be using an attack sans goblet and circlet. It took me so long to understand that. I don't know. Like now, I think about it and I'm like, that was like that seems like common sense to me. Like, why didn't I get it at first, right? But at the time, I did not understand. Like, think about what I did. Right? Okay, I'm not on my main account right now. So it's not here. But when I started playing Genshin, Keqing was my very first 5-star. Right? Keqing's a sword user. I level 80. I leveled the flute on her. I gave her the flute, and I leveled the flute to level 80. And I rocked the flute on Keqing for so long. A level 80 flute. And I ran an attack percent Sands, Goblet, and Circlet. How much money? Oh my god, Yash. No, please don't do that, man. Don't, Yash, if you're gonna pay people to farm artifacts and primo gems on your account, you might as well buy Genesis crystals. Cause, right? Think about this. Okay, so I'm like, I don't like, if you're willing to, just stay here and like hang out with us for the next like maybe around 2 hours to 2 hours and a half, 2.5 hours, I'm gonna be doing exploration in this region today. Obviously, that's one way to farm, to quote unquote farm primo gems, do exploration, and it's gonna take me about 2 hours to do this. So 2 hours for one sub region, right? Think about that. 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours for this, 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 2 hours for this. So what how many was that? 8 plus 6, 14 hours. 14 hours, right? If you can pay somebody for 14 hours of work to collect primo gems, the amount of primo gems that you get from a reasonable amount, a reasonable salary that you pay someone for 14 hours of work, you might as well just buy Genesis crystals. Yvette was my first 5-star. Oh man, what an experience. What an experience. Oh, also another thing, when I was new, I threw so many of my wishes into the standard banner because I wanted a Diluc. I wanted a Diluc, and I was thinking, I looked at this, and I thought, well, if, either I get a standard character like a Keqing, a Diluc, like, oh, Qiqi, top tier, like S tier healer. Oh, awesome. All right. By the way, this is incorrect now. This is wrong. Please do not do not misunderstand it. This was from 1.0. This was from 4 years ago. People had a very different perspective on team building and character kits back then. And I thought, like, okay, if I don't get a character, then I'll get a 5-star weapon. I'm like, okay, sounds good. I don't even know how many wishes I threw into the standard banner on my main account. At least you weren't the person bragging about a healer Lisa with prototype Amber to a friend. Couldn't be me. Okay, I was thinking that, oh, I guess one of your friends did that to you, and you're like, okay, apparently it wasn't it was a quote unquote a friend. Oh, well, I'm here. I might as well do that challenge. Also lost to Mona on Hard Pity. You don't have to be that sad about it, bro. I think that now you're guaranteed your next 5-star. That freaking Diluc. I wanted Mavuika. Then Dia from the 5-star, the Arlecchino from right there. Thanks for the advice. Sure. Yash, I wish I could just say yes to stuff like that. I wish I had an unlimited amount of free time. I wish I made money from the unlimited amount of free time, just like spending it helping people out. I wish I could do that, but I can't. So, yeah, I'm sorry if I had to give you there like a hint of reality, but you know, good luck to you, Yash. Good luck to you. If you have questions about team building, about characters, whatever, feel free to ask us. We'll help you out as best as we can. You get started with Nivelet in my poor, but had to play Plunge Diluc as a noob on mobile. Oh man, you got it lucky. The fact that you even knew about Plunge Diluc. Mobile though. So it was good the fact that you knew about Plunge Diluc, right? Like you were at the very least more informed than me when I was new. But the fact that you had to do it on a platform where such gameplay is not very optimal is certainly something that wouldn't make anyone say I was lucky. Oh god, well I went down a little bit too far. RJ, my old buddy. Hey, what's up, Pixie? How you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while. Can you read my Furina chat? Yeah, sure, hang on. Okay, starting Genshin was... I'm sorry, I can't scroll up just yet. I have to pay attention to this, hang on. Oops. I don't know what it is about this. So this is the region that was released in 5.2, right? So I generally refer to these as 5.2 regions. I don't know what it is about the 5.2 regions. I just don't I'm not excited to explore them. And that's why I've put them off for quite a long time. Oh my what? Is there a wind current? Oh, there is. Okay, let's try that again. Jeez, I suck at this. Ah, shoot. Man. Skill issue. Oh. Oh god, that was kind of painful. As previous chat, I can get Furina. Like I haven't maxed out my statues except Mondstadt and Liyue. Sorry, I don't get it. I'm confused about your Furina question in regards to the statues. Ayato. What does Furina have to do with the statues? That was your question, right? Yeah, I think that's it. Statues good primos. They do. But I'm confused. It sounds like your question is, should you get Furina? Like, is your question like, do I have enough primos? Will I be able to get her? I'm confused. Because the mind's like, because right now you should be thinking, should I get her? Yes or no. If yes, then you get as many primos as you can, from the game, free stuff. Unless if you're a spender, of course, you could just buy them. But if you can't, I get Furina by farming? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. That depends. How many primos do you have now? Oh, you know what? Um. Oh man. Okay. I don't know how. Uh. Shoot. There's this channel. I'm not subscribed to it, but I do often watch their videos when YouTube serves their content to me. Um. It's called Shotgun. No, Raiden Shotgun, and their profile picture is like a picture of Raiden Shogun. I think I've never really looked at their channel. Um, it's mostly a leak channel. They don't. I'm pretty sure the owner of the channel isn't a leaker. They're just someone who just sort of gets news from leakers. But they also do make videos where they calculate all the primo gems that you can get for each patch. For each patch, and like how many primos can you expect to have? Can you expect to have? By the time before this X banner goes away. Like I don't know the math on that. But yeah, I don't know the math on that. But disregarding exploration, statues of the seven, world quests, archon quests, primo gems. Just regular like dailies, events, imaginary theater, spiral abyss. What else? Web events and stuff like that, right? Like for primos from regular like day to day stuff to do in the game. You can get the numbers from that channel that I recommended. If you're not into leaks, I don't recommend you watch their channel at all. Just get some of those videos, the videos that calculate how many primo gems you can realistically get by the time this character is on the banner. As for yeah, for Alibis for floor 8 complete theater, I got like 640 primos. Oh wait, floor 8. Oh wait. Right. I forgot. You've only been playing for a month and a half. Okay, so you can't get to floor 9 yet, right? Don't trust riding shotgun. It's a leak, obviously. So it's like uh when you watch videos that are when you listen to somebody talking about leaks, banner leaks, character kit leaks in about Genshin Impact, don't listen to it as if it's true. You know that they're leaks. So just because they're leaks and they don't turn out to be true doesn't mean that person was, untrustworthy, like lies, thumbnails. They lied to me. It's a leak. You should have known that. You should have known that they were not going to be 100% true. They're not confirmed information. They're leaks. You just, you just listen to them. So you have some idea about what could happen, and you can think about what you might do if that happens. RJ missed my chat. I did, Pixie-kun, because I'm yapping and I'm answering people's questions. RJ, my new plan is genuine. Genuine, then Zelonen, genuine, Zelonen, Redhorn for Mavuika. Redhorn for Mavuika. Why go for Redhorn? Redhorn is a standard 5-star weapon. Why not, at that point, why not just go for Mavuika's weapon? How they'll be spread apart for an F2P to collect enough. How is this plan? Your advice? Jianyun, Zelonen. Why Jianyun? I don't know about like the rest of your account situation though. Zelonen definitely for Mavuika. Jianyun, like you're planning to use. So you said Jianyun, then Zelonen, then Red Horn for Mavuika. Are you saying that Jianyun for Mavuika, Zelonen for Mavuika, and Red Horn for Mavuika? Genuine for Mavuika. Yeah, you can make anything work in this game. Uh, heck, you can even make a physical Barbara if you wanted. You just need Skyward Atlas, right? But I highly doubt Genuine. Mavuika Plunge with Genuine is an optimal team. I wouldn't recommend Genuine if your plan is to use her with Mavuika. But if you're just going for Xianyun because you like being able to make any character work as a plunge DPS, sure, I think it's fun. But if your plan is to make Xianyun the dedicated support for Mavuika, I don't recommend it. Red Horn, if you're going for Red Horn, a standard 5-star weapon, you might as well go for Mavuika's weapon at that point. Experiencing plunge playstyles in general, crit damage, and more. Okay, crit damage, play more. I guess it's something. It's an idea, I guess. It depends on like who else you're gonna be using it for. Who else are other Claymore users? Oh, I guess what's his name? Gaming. I don't know how good it is on Gaming though. I recommend about Red Horn. I recommend looking up more information about it. It's a mathematical question, and I'm not a math guy. I'm not a math guy. As for team play though, yeah, like I said, genuine. If you plan on getting her for, yeah, just like you said, just to be able to experience the plunge gameplay, not just on one character, but a whole bunch of characters. Sure, it's pretty fun. And like I've been using genuine for exploration for ever since she came out. She's been on my overworld team. If I need to do like exploration, like like efficiently, then genuine is on that team. Questions we ask equals a little sentence, bros answer a whole essay. Hey, Ayato. iHospital. His other YouTube account's name is Ali. Yeah, Ali here. Has been. Oh, not just him. No, even Kat as well. Kat has been talking about like RJ the Yapper, King of the Yappers, the Yap Archon. The last like half an hour they've been spouting out that stuff, and I don't know if I'm the worst at it. Like I don't really watch other streamers live streams like while they're live. I just watch their YouTube videos if they make YouTube videos. So I don't know if I'm the yappiest yapper among streamers, but I might be like in some top 15 or top 10 list. If there was a tier list of yappiest yap streamers. Brovian started yapping about someone telling him that he yaps too much. Yeah, of course, of course. Excuse me, I have a reputation to uphold. Okay, I have a reputation to uphold. I cannot be seen answering with just yes or no. You got a yes or no question? Yes or no is unacceptable. By the way, I'm still at the first chest of this video. By the way, I'm alt tabbing. If you see me standing around not doing anything, it's either I'm yapping about something, like I'm trying to be as like I'm trying to get out as detailed information as I can, to answer someone's question, or I'm alt tabbing, like going through. I'm scanning through the video that I'm following along to. 200%. How do you even read this region? Tezcatepetonco range. God. Oh, God. How do I even read that quickly? Tezcatepetonco. Tezcatepetonco. There you go. Tezcatepetonco range. There you go. We all love your yapping, man. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, man. I think Oh, by the way, so I'm not on my main account right now because on my main account I already finished. I already 100%ed these 3 regions. On my main account, I somehow was able to get Mavuika, and now I got Arlecchino as well. But I have to say, I wasn't sure if I should have gotten, if I should have went for Arlecchino, even though I already had Mavuika. Like even now, I'm still unsure about it. The part of me that made me still go for Arlecchino, even though I have Mavuika already, was so again. This is my third account. My main account has Jade Spear, and my build on Mavuika there, or sorry, Arlecchino there is actually decent. It's pretty good. It's yeah, it's pretty good. It's not so much better than than this build, but it is clearly better. It is clearly better. And at C0 on my main account Mavuika, sorry, I keep saying Mavuika. My main account Arlecchino, I see her doing like 200k normal attacks. Albeit in Abyss in floor 12 on the first half, which by the way, there's a huge ley line disorder, that like gives a huge normal attack buff, right? But I I see my Arlecchino doing 250k normal attacks in the first half of Spiral Abyss. 250k minus the big buff probably goes down to somewhere around 180, 190, maybe 200k normal attacks, right? C0. It's C0. No, yeah, and that was why I still went for Arlecchino, even though I wasn't sure if I should have, because I already had everything ready for her, and everything I had was just like it was good. On this account, I didn't get Mavuika, so I was like, yeah, okay, sure, I definitely go for Arlecchino. I call the region by the name of the tribe. Dude, I'm surprised you even remember the names of the tribes. I cannot remember the names of the tribes. Yes, it's just 2 letters away from an essay. No, it's 3 letters away from the notes. It's 6 letters away. I set a timer of 1.5 hours to wish wrong person happy birthday, but it looks like he left. Oh, I think I don't know. He might be lurking. He might be lurking. He might be doing homework. Who knows? Who knows? There. I think how many minutes is it? Okay, 11 minutes and 5 seconds to wrong person's birthday. In its tribe, Citlali tribe area. Okay, that's an easy way to do it. Sure, sure. It's an easy way to do it. A lot of words though, a lot more words than there need to be. But if obviously the region names are not words, so we can't memorize them, especially because they're really hard to read names. And if you can't remember the tribe names, then of course you're gonna have to have something. You're gonna have to remember something. Okay, well, yeah, it's a reasonable way to call them. Stop yapping about RJ yapping, otherwise RJ will pawn you. By the way, I am yapping, but I'm also like I'm not yapping like not doing anything. I'm yapping, but yapping and going through, skimming through the video that I'm following along to. Man, Arlecchino sure is quiet. Okay, just as I said, she was quiet. I wasn't looking at my screen. Like I wasn't looking at Genshin. I was looking at YouTube. Like the moment I said, "Oh, she sure is quiet," she said something. Of course. Now we talk. Now we yapping about Ayatal yapping about RJ yapping, who is yapping about everything in existence in this universe. Hey, I don't know if you've been here for some of those yaps, Cat, but I literally have actually yapped about like science stuff, like not science, like obviously I'm no scientist, right? But I am enthusiastic. I'm like a science enthusiast, not a nerd or anything. But there have been times where I have yapped about like universal stuff, like about people, our place in the universe. You know, like very like zooming out kind of stuff. Zooming out kind of stuff. Oh my God, it's this thing. Okay. Ooh, I don't remember how this worked. I remember this guy is gonna scam us. So okay, I from what I remember, I gotta go back there and then try and free that kid from that cage. I was there when you were yapping about chemistry in the last stream, where I mentioned I made progress with the Chevreuse team. Oh, you did. Okay, okay. I don't remember that, man. But when you say you made progress about the Chevreuse team, like what kind of progress? How's it going? Just free the Saurian. Ah, thank you, man. My shelves are going dry. I've built so many characters. Shelves are dry. So many characters in close order recently. Zelonin, Oreron, yellow, blue, red. Order recently, Zelonin, Oreron, Mavuika, Chlorinde, and Chevreuse. That's a lot of characters. And now Lanyan. I find myself out of materials because I barely explore. Materials. Are you talking about? Are you talking about these materials? Because if it's these materials, that's like my worst nightmare. Running out of these materials. It's like my worst nightmare. I just hate farming for this stuff. Especially the drops from enemies where they're like they come in huge numbers. Like they don't come like they're not grouped together in huge numbers, but there's just so many of them all over Tivat, like hilichurls. Because that means their drop rate isn't very high. Which means you're gonna have to walk around so much just to get a certain number of them. There's an ectomosaur in the back. First, get the key. Talk to the ectomosaur. Best trainer list Claymore now in Genshin. Who's that Pixie? Really happy. He is out of materials. Wait, who's? Wait, me? Or are you talking about Shinrin being happy about it? There is a bit mostly. I want Shinobu on Thundering Fury. Thundering Fury. Cooldown reduction plus Arle can't be healed. I don't get it. So cooldown reduction. You want Qiqi to be able to use her skill. By the way, you don't need a cooldown reduction on Qiqi if you have C2. Because if you have C2, the duration gets longer. And like C2 adds duration to your skill, to Qiqi's skill, just enough so that by the time it's finished, it's cooled down already. So you don't need a cooldown. You don't need to shorten Qiqi's skill cooldown if you have C2. Even if you don't have C2, it's like a 2 or 3 second difference. Don't talk about materials. Now he's gonna flex his books, enhancement ores, and crystal cores more, etc. I'm not. I don't flex. Okay, it's funny. I don't do that. I don't flex stuff like I do, but not because not. I don't flex it at every opportunity I get. Okay, like at the mention of materials. Oh, you wait till you see mine. No, like I don't flex it every time. Which one will you suggest as a general Claymore user? Oh yeah, because like you mentioned you plan on getting Red Horn. General Claymore. I'm man. I gotta say, we don't have that many good Claymore characters. We don't have that many good Claymore characters. Hang on. Let me filter this out. Claymore. So and mathematically, the only Claymore characters that I would say are uh viable. Now, when I say viable, it that means that you can get them to do a certain amount of DPS or damage per rotation within a reasonable amount of artifact farming. Right? So like I'm not talking like you can absolutely make Sayu like a really strong DPS if you farmed 69 years in whatever domain that you give her, like that you whatever domain or whatever artifacts you plan to give her, right? You can get like a million crit damage from your substats by farming for 69 years in an artifact domain. But so yeah, when I say viable, I mean a reasonable like get to a certain amount of strength within a reasonable amount of resin spent. So the only Claymore characters that I would say are a reasonable now. Before Natlan came, when after Jianyun was released, before Natlan, I actually considered Diluc to be viable again, thanks to Jianyun. But then Natlan came, and then they power crept Abyss. They increased the multipliers for HP multipliers in Abyss, and now Diluc isn't viable anymore. In my opinion, it's really hard to get him to be able to clear endgame content now. So Ito, I would say yes, but if you have all the pieces for it, like Goro, especially high constellation Goro, Albedo slash Chiori, Zhongli, Zelonin, yeah. Right, if you have all the right pieces, I'm not even sure about Zelonin by the way. But like, yeah, other so Ito again, if you have the right pieces, Gaming, you don't need to have the right pieces like to make him good. He's still pretty good even without like the best team. But it would be way better if you had Jianyun. But will sort of work with Jan. It would be way better with Jianyun and with Citlali. Now those are two 5 stars supporting a 4 star, but Gaming's pretty good. Gaming's pretty good. But even without those two characters, I would say he's still viable, like endgame viable. It'll just take a bit more effort if you don't have those two characters. Kinich, very much endgame viable. Very much endgame viable, and it's not hard to put him into a proper team. Mavuika, obviously, yes. Navia, I guess. Hmm. Yeah. Actually, Navia is the somewhat flexible, like team flexible. But because she's a Geo character, like her damage ceiling is not very high. Her damage floor is not very low, but her damage ceiling is not very high. He looks the worst character for me. You know, uh okay, you can't see it from the character archive. I, I'm not a day one player. I didn't start Genshin on day one, but I'm pretty close. I started Genshin about 2 weeks after the game came out, and I used to love Diluc. Especially, like it took me a while to finally get Diluc on my first account, but when I did, just, everything changed for me, and it was incredible. I even went so far as to pull on the weapon banner. And by the way, right? So the weapon banner back then did not have this thing. The epitomized path did not exist. A few patches ago, the epitomized path used to need 2 fate points, which was worse than what we have now. But back then, nothing. No, nada, nothing. No epitomized path, which means if you wished on the weapon banner and you wanted one of the two weapons on the banner, there was absolutely a chance that you could have spent like $2,000 and did not get the weapon you wanted. In fact, there was a one of the bigger content creators, Genshin content creators at the time, Tectone. I don't recommend watching him, by the way. I just like I hate the guy. He just I don't think he's funny. I don't think he's entertaining. I don't think he's not for me. He's not entertaining. He's not funny, and he's not informational. So like, what's the point of watching him? Like, I don't know. But yeah, like he spent like what 1,000 more than like about $2,000, and he yeah like he got one copy like he spent about $2,000 before he got one copy of Staff of Homa. RJ, hold me back, otherwise I too won't have a good day. RJ, I kind of think RJ has a crush on Diluc. Yeah, like I went so far as to so there at I sometime in the like far past there was a there was so we did not have two banners. We did not have dual banners back then. Sometimes like at the very beginning there was really only one banner on each half of a patch, and then at some point there were two banners. There were two banners. Like sometimes one there would be one banner, and then sometimes there would be two. And that was the time where there were still like it was like switching between one or two banners. And at the time it was just a Venti rerun. No, not two 5 stars, just Venti. And it was Elegy, the first time Elegy came out, and Wolf's Gravestone was the other weapon on the weapon banner. And I went so far as to actually like spend quite a few wishes on the weapon banner. But again, no epitomized path. I got lucky. I got really lucky that I got Gravestone, and then I got Elegy. It was a risk. It was a yeah. Now that I think back to it, and I think about it, and I think, man, I would have never done that. Like today, like if that had happened to me in the past, if that had happened to me today, I wouldn't have done that. As a Diluc main, I only pity Ayato for not understanding the greatness of Diluc. Oh, stop. Okay, can I free this guy now? By the way, I understand that there's a key here somewhere. Is this it? Oh, there. Can I just free him in advance? Like, do I? I'm pretty sure I don't need to. I don't need to go through all the different stages of this, right? I could just free this guy and then we're done. Okay, can I just what blue, yellow, red, red. Okay. Yellow. Red. Now, I'm kind of stupid for refining my 5-star weapons. Now I have R2 Lost Prayer and R2 Gravestone. I don't think that's such a bad idea. At least for those two specific weapons. Like Gravestone. Unless if you just don't have any other 5-star Claymore and 5-star... Well, for the Catalysts, I think it's fine. I think the Catalysts are fine because, like, they're... Man, is there even a good 5-star Catalyst? Like, I mean, I know there are a few. But, like, they're good, like, for specific use case scenarios. Huh? Sorry, I'm confused. Okay. Red, nothing. Yellow, blue, nothing. Nothing. Yellow, blue. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I think I need. Do I need to get scammed at least once before it happens? Before I can like get the mama bird to her baby? Turn into bat dragon. Bat dragon. Talk to sleepy adult bat dragon. Sleepy. Oh hey, he came down. He came down. Okay, I guess really do need to turn into it so that I could talk to them. Okay, that was what I was thinking. I was thinking like, do I need to talk to them? Purple, orange, blue, red, yellow. Oh god, I can't remember that. Okay, so how do you make purple? Blue and red, right? Uh... Who? Oh, I need to do this. Okay, okay. I forgot. Okay. Orange. How do you make orange? Red and yellow. Yeah, okay. Then blue. Red and yellow. Go to your left. Okay, okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. KXG. I'm inclined to read that as king. Keqing? Kashig. Kashing? Well, sorry, man. I'm not sure how to read that name. Already done. Done it 2 times and still can't remember. No, I have not done this 2 times yet. This is only my second time, and the first time was like 2 months ago. And the first time I did it, I also did not do it properly. I did not do it efficiently. Like I had to get scammed a bunch of times before I finally figured it out. I just didn't know whether I could just skip the whole scamming thing. Whether I needed to talk to them like as a Saurian. I thought that if I freed them, that they would just like the baby would just come to the mom, and then like he would just be like it would just freak out like, hey, get back in the cage. Like I didn't know that. I didn't know that I had to go through the motions still. Didn't 100% it on many accounts. No. I only. So, I Like I've said it multiple times already. I keep putting off exploration. The five remember these are 5.2 regions, right? These 5.2. Yeah, these are 5.2 regions. I keep putting them off. Like I've only 100%ed all these three on my first account. I have 100%ed this region on this account and my second account. And that's it. That's it. Hey, leave the Luke alone. I got the two best DPS in the game, so I don't need ugly to look. Oh, okay, so that's what you were talking about. Does it look better than Father and the Chief Justice of Fontaine? Uh, no, Ayato, but I think what they're saying is just because a character isn't good doesn't mean you have to say that they're awful. That's what people are saying. Oh man. Oh, you know what? Speaking of so I was just thinking. I was about to say that Genshin has some really, really dedicated players. And when I say dedicated players, I'm not talking about like uh, meta slaves, right? I'm not talking about like slaves to the meta. I'm talking about the casual players, the really dedicated casual players. And when I say really dedicated casual players, I'm talking about the characters, the players who will, uh, who will like dox you and come to your house with a knife and yeah, no. Let me try and recall this story. There was this story about this uh this player, a Genshin player. He was angry about what happened with Zhongli, and so he bought a knife. Right, like what's funny is like this guy had a house. So like, if you had a house, like why didn't you have a knife in your kitchen, right? Like, he ordered a knife online. He went to Hoyo's headquarters. Right, he traveled really far just to get there. He waited outside of Hoyo's headquarters because he was planning on. Well, he wasn't happy. Had something to do with the knife and Dawe, like the CEO of Hoyo. He was planning on doing that. Obviously, he never came close to being able to do it, but he did go there, right? We like, and it wasn't. Yeah, man, you have some really dedicated Genshin players. That's the kind of when I say dedicated, I mean crazy. We have some crazy Genshin players who will slit your entire family's throat just for insulting their waifu. So today, I'm subscribed to this channel called Muse Asia, and I'm not entirely sure what kind of company they are. They seem to be similar to like a Crunchyroll, but instead of having their own like website, they're just on YouTube. All right, how did this work again? Red. Oh, okay. Just turn the top one to red. And I guess they just license certain anime, and like they're able to like upload certain anime that they've gotten the license to onto their YouTube channel. So they're basically like Crunchyroll or Funimation, but they don't have their own website. They use YouTube instead for it. Um, and so obviously they also update like news and news stuff. Like they make community posts like for news stuff. And today there was they posted something about Danmachi. Now I don't remember exactly what the post was. I think it was mostly just that like Danmachi was gonna be Danmachi season 5 was gonna be broadcasted on a certain streaming platform. I don't remember the name. Uh, and I got excited because like they had some production issues, so they had to stop airing the episodes. I think only up to episode 12 or 11, so it's it's just stopped airing for now. And it's not season 5 is not finished. It's just stopped airing. We don't like there's been no news, so I kind of thought like is there news? And then I got into a conversation with some of the people in the comment section, and I've yeah, and the guy there that I was having a conversation with in the comments, um, so at some point I said I'm glad that the Danmachi community doesn't have players like some of the crazy players that the Genshin community has. And then he just he responded with, "Oh yes, there are." And then he mentioned the Danmachi Reddit subreddit, and I was like, of course it's Reddit. How would it be not Reddit?
そのように私の瞳をじっと見つめるのはやめた方がいい。何を見てしまうとも限らないからね。
I have 9 5 stars. I'm building them right now. Oh, 80 at the moment. Oh, KXG. I don't know how long you've been playing Genshin. I don't know how much you know about Genshin, but there are certain 5 stars that you benefit a lot from leveling them all the way to 90. But if you are not an old player, like you don't have an overabundance of materials like XP books, Mora, and other stuff, then I don't recommend you take characters all the way to 90 just yet. But if it'd be better just to get a bunch of them to 80. The characters, the good ones, that'll make your good teams. There are certain characters that you benefit a lot from by taking them all the way to 90. As a Reddit user, I can confirm it is indeed Reddit. Come on, Gyomi. Gyomi is going to die in Infinity Castle. Gyomi. Sorry, Nami. What is this? It sounds like... These names sound like One Piece names? Are these One Piece names? Sorry, I'm not a... I don't watch One Piece. Fight the enemies. Oh, he's right here. Apparently. No. Wait. Where did this guy... Where did this guy climb? Oh, there. Okay. Where is he? There. Okay. Oh, I can't apply pyro to this dude. Recently upgraded my world. I'm currently leveling up my characters to 90. Ah, I see. What adventure rank are you at, KXG? And how long you been playing? Demon Slayer, Aito just misspelled it. What name did he say? Gyome. Oh, Gyomi. Oh, Gyome. Oh, it's the Earth Hashira. Earth? Stone? I don't remember. Stone Hashira, I think is the right one. I liked the I liked Shoot. Why can't I remember this? Demon Slayer. God, I don't know why. I just like every time I want to talk about Demon Slayer, I just cannot immediately remember the name of that anime. Uh, I liked Demon Slayer. I watched the first season and then into like the Mugen Train arc, and then I was like, I want more. This is so cool. So I couldn't help myself. So I read the manga, and apparently even way back then, the manga was already finished. Like even way back then, the manga was already finished. So I read the manga, finished all of it, and I was quite excited to see the next season of anime. And I don't know why, but I only saw a few of the trailers, and I had this gut feeling that I wouldn't like it, that I wouldn't like the next season. Like I believe the next season was the blacksmith village arc. And I don't know why. Seeing the trailers and how much hype was behind like everything, every time, I just had this gut feeling that I wouldn't enjoy it. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it was cool, but I just hated the fact that they so okay, there's fighting, right? Like the final fights, especially the what were the upper moons? Yeah, the upper moon, the small upper moon, like the tiny upper moon dude who had like really thick skin or something. I hated how many times they were like they were hyping up I don't know what to call this, like whatever this phenomena is in anime, but like you're like, oh, the protagonist feels like they're losing. They're like, oh my god, he's so strong, I can't believe this is an upper demon, whatever, right? And then like a few like about one episode later, like the protagonist and like the main characters suddenly have like a newfound motivation to not give up or whatever, and then like they finally move forward an inch, right? They move forward an inch. They're like, oh, they finally they cut through the skin. That's it, and then like they start screaming as loud as they can, Dragon Ball Z style, and then yoink, he got away. And then another like next episode is like a backstory, someone's backstory, and then one episode later is like the hype up again, the hype up like another newfound motivation from from the protagonists, for the protagonists, and then they move another inch, and they're like, this is it, hey, they got it, and then yoink, nope, just kidding, not yet. Bad guy's still alive. They did that so many times in the blacksmith village arc, and I hated it. Like it honestly, it felt like the blacksmith village arc could have been summed up in like 2 sentences. Tanjiro broke his sword. Tanjiro broke his sword and went to the village to get it fixed. There were some bad guys there, and they killed them. Well, I guess 3 sentences. And then, sorry, what is Tanjiro's sister's name? It's called the cliffhanger, RJ. Yeah, it's not just the cliffhanger, though. Like, because some of the times, they didn't do it at the end of the episode. They didn't do it at the end of the episode. Like, it wasn't, like, they didn't use it as a cliffhanger at the end of the episode. Nezuko, thank you. At the end of the episode. But, like, it would just happen somewhere in the middle of an episode. Because when I watched the Blacksmith Village arc way later, like a year after it came out. I don't know. It was a long time after it came out, because I did not want to watch one episode and then wait a week for the next episode, another week for the next episode, and then wait next week, and then like, haha, joke's on you, it's Christmas, so no, like, Merry Christmas everyone, no episode this week, wait next week, haha. Right? I didn't want to do that. So I waited so long before I started watching it because I wanted to binge all of it. And so I didn't feel like any like the you know what you would typically feel after a cliffhanger. And especially because, like, as far as I remember, they didn't always do that at the end of the episode. So it wasn't. I didn't feel how I would feel typically after getting served a cliffhanger. But they did the yoink thing so many times, and I hated it. It just felt like so little happened in that, and like they took an entire season just to do that, and it didn't feel like anything happened. And I understand, right? I understand. So someone mentioned the blacksmith village arc was the worst arc in Demon Slayer, and so I read the manga and I binge read the manga too. Like I binge read it. I read it in like 2 days. From the Mugen train arc. I didn't start from the very beginning. I started like at the end of the Mugen train arc. But I read through all of it in like 2 or 3 days. And I have to say, I do not remember the Blacksmith Village arc being that boring. I do not remember reading through the manga, through the Blacksmith Village arc, making me feel that way, the way the anime did. But I do remember zoning out while reading through the Blacksmith Village arc. Good evening. Hey, good evening, Kristen. How's it going? Oh, hey, it's 12. Okay, wrong person. If you're still lurking in chat, happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. If... yeah, and I remember like zoning out while going through the Blacksmith Village arc. Just because it seemed so dull. It seemed like a bunch of talking and not doing anything. And I understand. It's like they have to build up the story. Like, right? Like, it's like, I understand that it's probably just my, I don't remember what year I read through the Demon Slayer manga. But it was somewhere around maybe 2019, I think. 2020? Like, no, maybe not 2020. It was before COVID. So maybe 2019. So I read through the Demon Slayer manga somewhere around 2019. So maybe it was just my 2019 like RJ brain, like, but because by 2019 I'd already been spoiled by technology, right? Like, and this is the big problem about having instant access to technology and the internet in general anywhere you are. Having mobile data, having YouTube all the time, having social media all the time, having instant messaging, being able to contact anyone anytime, instantly, it really shortens your attention span. It's really hard to keep your attention span from shortening if you are an avid consumer of technology and media in general. Oops. So yeah. Anyway, I was about to say. I think Naruto had way longer lulls, like moments of lull. And when I say lull, I mean like boring moments where nothing happened. I think Naruto had way longer lulls than than that one arc, the blacksmith village arc in Demon Slayer. And I somehow managed to get through it without really complaining as much as I'm complaining now about Demon Slayer. So I think it's not because the blacksmith village arc was boring and nothing happened there. I think it's more like a result of just because I watched Naruto way back then when we did not have access to instant everything all the time, everywhere, anywhere. So my attention span was like a little wider back then compared to when I did read through through Demon Slayer, Demon Slayer manga. Right, the Hydra Traveler Xiao Lantern bug. Xiao Lantern. Do I have Xiao Lanterns? Where are they again? Are they here? Or here? What did they look like again? I don't remember. Xiao Lanterns. I don't remember what they look like. Okay, I might not have Xiao Lanterns on this account, but I do remember. I think you can buy them now. Yeah, I think you can buy Xiao Lanterns now from an NPC somewhere. But I don't. I'm pretty sure I don't have Xiao Lanterns on this account because I'm on the third account and this is my youngest account, and I'm pretty sure this account is not old enough to have played through that event. Hey, what's up, Mr. J? Who's Traveler? Wait, are you serious? Is that a serious question or are you messing around? Are we gonna get Apollo gems? Apollo gems. You want to tease? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is exactly why any episode of anything should be at least 45 minutes. Oh, dude, I remember. So I did not experience this firsthand because I did not watch Slam Dunk when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was just a goofy kid. I didn't even know what anime was. I would just sit down in front of the TV. I didn't even watch whatever was on TV. I would just sit down in front of the TV because my friends wanted to watch TV. I just wanted to hang out with them. But they wanted to watch Dragon Ball Z. They wanted to watch Slam Dunk. And like I had a TV, so like they would come over to my house. They would watch anime on the TV. And they would watch anime on the TV, and like I would just like do nothing. I didn't even watch it. I would sort of watch it, but I didn't really like understand what was going on. So, but as I got older, I remember people around me making fun of the fact that they watched Slam Dunk the anime. And they often memed about someone in Slam Dunk taking an entire week to make one shot. By the way, Slam Dunk, just so you know, is a anime about basketball, right? Like, and I remember people often memeing about someone taking an entire week, sometimes 3 weeks, to make one shot because cliffhangers and flashbacks and jeez. Sorry, what was that word you used? You used the word tease. There you go. Yeah. A tease. That was probably like the worst. I did not experience it firsthand, but according to stories I hear, man, 3 weeks for one shot. Like somebody jumped already, and the ball was in their hand, and then like you see that ball go through the hoop 3 weeks from now. Slam Dunk, the OG sports anime of 2000s. I do think so. I did not watch it myself personally, but like man, everyone and their dog at the time watched it. RJ, Chlorinde C1 or R1? Oh, that's a really good question. It's a math question, Kristen. So I'm sorry. I'm not a math guy. I'm sorry. So from okay, I could be wrong about this. I remember hearing someone say this, and I'm pretty sure it was someone reputable. I don't remember who. It was it was a reputable guy. I think, but again, I'm not sure if I remember this correctly. I think they said C1 is more damage than R1. But the problem with that is exactly like with Raiden Shogun, right? Like with Raiden Shogun, if you wish on a weapon banner, there's a chance you might not get Engulfing Lightning immediately, which means you would have had to get 2 5-stars to get R1. Right, so it's almost the same value. It's almost the same value as going for C2 Raiden Shogun versus versus her signature weapon. Right, and so it's a big question. It's a big question. Like, and C2, like going from C1 to C2 is clearly a much bigger power spike for Raiden Shogun than having like C2 R0 Raiden Shogun is clearly a much stronger character than C1 R1 Raiden Shogun, right? And even then, the question is still if you go if you go for C2, only Raiden Shogun will get stronger. But if you go for her signature weapon, Raiden Shogun will get a little stronger. But you could also use that weapon to make other characters stronger. Now, on Raiden Shogun, it's a little more nuanced because not very many characters can make very good use of Engulfing Lightning. In Chlorinde's case, it's a crit damage weapon, right? Yeah, it's a crit damage weapon, 608 base attack, if I remember correctly, which means it's a pretty decent amount of crit rate, or sorry, crit damage. So it's like 66 crit damage. So it's a good stat stick. As for the passive, from what I remember, it's a very niche passive. But hey, the stats are good, right? It's a decent base attack weapon and a good chunk of crit damage. So I think that's then your choice now. Stronger C1. Slightly stronger C1. Slightly stronger Chlorinde with C1, or slightly weaker Chlorinde with R1. But you can also use that sword on other characters. I'm gonna go extend a week to my life. I guess you mean by eating. I don't think I even got that far. I was too annoyed with the show. The episodes were with the short episode. How short the episodes were. I guess you're talking about Full Metal Alchemist, right? Like as you were mentioning earlier. Thank you so much. Sure, no problem, man. But again, Kristen, like I said, I'm not sure if I remember that correctly. I could be wrong, because I don't remember. I'm not sure if I remember that correctly. So I recommend you go look it up. You go look it up just to confirm. I'm gonna go eat some food. Glad you remembered. Hey, I'll be here all day. Full Metal Alchemist. I never got to watching Full Metal Alchemist. I don't know why. I've just had this gut feeling that Full Metal Alchemist had so many cliffhangers and teases, and like I don't know where I was getting this. Like no one has told me about Full Metal Alchemist. By the way, I haven't seen any trailers of it. I have seen some clips of it every now and then, and I guess that's where I'm getting this idea from. Like I just can't help but feel like Full Metal Alchemist is the type of anime that just takes so long to get through a plot, and it has so much talking involved. And I just had that feeling for quite a long time about Full Metal Alchemist. And even though like all my friends were talking about watching Full Metal Alchemist, this and that, back then. And by the way, like I was not a cool kid. I was not a cool kid. I was not a smart kid. I was not a talented kid when I was a kid. I so I I took like as many of the opportunities as I could to just just come up with an excuse to hang out with my friends. Like I started watching Naruto because I wanted to talk to my friends about it because they seemed so excited talking to each other about it, and I was like I had no idea what they were watching, what they were talking about. So I started watching Naruto because of it. But for some reason, even though like I was in the same situation about Full Metal Alchemist at one point. I just I don't know. I just had this really strong feeling that I would think that Full Metal Alchemist was boring. The heck? Oh. Okay. I hope that didn't stop the stream. Okay, it seems fine.
私に報告か？聞こう。
Stream crashed? Did the stream stop for you guys for a bit? Because I accidentally closed the YouTube, like in Chrome, like the YouTube streaming whatever, in YouTube Studio, but OBS was still going, so I'm not sure if it stopped. Yeah, but you know, it seems fine. Seems to be going fine. Oops.
予想外のことというのは楽しいものだ。
Oh man. Okay, shoot. I closed the video I was following along. Nah, I'm pulling your leg. Oh man. As they say. Well, you're certainly the type to do stuff like that, man. I wouldn't expect other people to be doing that. Excuse me for going AFK all of a sudden. I just went to get myself some crackers. Hey, what's up? What's up, Kakashi? Kakashi Sensei, how's it going?
私に報告か？聞こう。予想外のことというのは楽しいものだ。貫く。
Brilliant. Hey Kakashi Sensei, what do you think of Boruto?
Yeah.
Hmm. I thought that would start some kind of challenge. Oh, I need to talk to this. Anime has its flaws. Manga, brilliant work. Though I haven't read TBV. Sorry, what is TBV? Okay, what are your thoughts on Lanyan? I think she's good. I wouldn't call her a quote-unquote strong support. But I would definitely say she's a very versatile support. Like, think about this. Catalyst user, right? Which means VV. Sorry, VV. I'm an idiot. No. Which means TTDS. Potential TTDS user. And she's Animo. So, VV. TTDS. VV. What else? She's a shielder. And she has a bit of crowd control. All in one character. So, crowd control, res shred, shielding, and TTDS in one character. I don't know how much better you can get from that. I hear C2 restores shields. Sounds pretty good in my opinion. I think it is good. So her shield at base is not, it's not weak, but it's also not, like, it's not weak, but it's also not as strong as Zhongli's, right? And that's the thing. I understand, like, I don't know. It's hard not to compare any shielder's shield to Zhongli's because everyone just thinks Zhongli's shield is super comfortable. Everyone thinks that it is like, it's the shield that what everyone wants. It's the shield everyone wants. Zhongli's shield. So that's why everyone compares it, compares shielder's shields to Zhongli's shield. It's only a little bit weaker at base, but the fact that you can refresh it means that it's gonna be like way stronger than Zhongli's in total, right? But then again, that's only if the shield doesn't break. If you manage to refresh the shield before it breaks, then great. But if the shield does break, then like obviously C2 doesn't work anymore. Two blue vortex. I think the name. I think the name, the continuation of Boruto Next Generation. Oh, you know what? I actually did not know what that meant. Two blue vortex. Because I read Boruto from the beginning. And I just thought, okay, Boruto Next Generation, sure. And then at some point, like I remember at some point, I saw those words, two blue vortex. And I was like, what's this? Like, okay, whatever, it's Boruto. I didn't know that was the name. So, like, what is that? So, is that like Naruto versus Naruto Shippuden? Like, Boruto Next Generations and two blue vortex? Is that what it is?
子供たちは今頃どうしているだろうか。まあ、好きにすればいい。
Yeah, pretty much. The event shifted a lot, and the manga shows a time skip to much different events. Okay. So I guess it is like Shippuden to oh sorry, Naruto to Naruto Shippuden as Naruto sorry, Boruto Next Generations as to Blue Vortex. You know, I think it's weird, like, so with Naruto and Naruto Shippuden, they clearly kept the name Naruto in there because they clearly knew that Naruto was popular. So why no Boruto in Blue Vortex? Is it because like Boruto just wasn't as popular as Naruto? Like they wanted to make Boruto, like they wanted to try and give Boruto its own like identity or something. I don't know. I could be wrong. Like maybe it's like Boruto 2 Blue Vortex or something. I really don't know. All I know is that I kept reading. All I know is Boruto Next Generations. I kept reading. I saw those words and I was like, okay, I'll just keep reading. Know what the shield lacks? You can make up with heals. Sounds like another reason to skip. Old man. Old man. Wine enjoyer. No. Although even with that in mind, Zhongli is still by far the more comfortable character to play. Now, Zhongli certainly does not have as much res shred as 4VV. And Zhongli certainly does not have crowd control. And Zhongli certainly cannot use TTDS. But like the nice thing about Zhongli is you swap to him, you hold E, and you're done. And that has its appeal. That is appealing to a lot of players. Hey, welcome back, Ali. He has to be. That's true. That's true. He's always on banner with someone I want way more. Yeah. You know, like I mean, Hoyo has been doing this for a while, so they clearly know what they're doing. They know how to. Well, they know how to pull on your heartstrings. They know how to pull on your heartstrings. He's always on banner. Oh yeah. Should I prioritize pulling Arlecchino or Furina? Pity 70 pity unguaranteed with no savings by the way, so I'm risking it. Okay. That is a bit of a risk. Now, okay. If you pull for Arlecchino now and you lose 50-50, I would say you have a little more. You're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, and then like really think more about it. Think about like who would you benefit? Who would you benefit way more from, and who would you lose so much more by skipping until their next rerun? Personally, I think Furina is more likely to rerun sooner than Arlecchino. Just the fact that she's an Archon. But then again, we also haven't had a Venti rerun in how many? I don't know. I don't know how many years now. But no one's batting an eye because it's Venti, and he's just not as good as he used to be. Venti reran last year. Yeah, like last year, right? An Archon hasn't had a rerun in 1 year. I find that really uncomfortable, in my opinion. If you win 50-50, if you get Arlecchino and you win 50-50, then I would recommend you still try to go for Furina, because there is a chance, as long as you play actively, of course. As long as you play actively, like and when I say you play actively, I mean like you do all your dailies, you do all the events, you do exploration as well if you have time for it, of course. If you don't, obviously you don't. Right, basically, like, get as many of the Fremo gems as you can. Do Spiral Abyss, do the Imaginary Theater, right? Like, get all the Fremo gems. Get as many of the Fremo gems as you can get. And if you can do that, then you still have a decent shot at being able to get Furina. Especially because, remember, Furina is on the second half. So, you have plenty of time. Yeah, but if you lose 50-50, then yeah, that's a whole bunch of more. That's a whole bunch more thinking, man. That is a lot more thinking you're gonna have to do. For 1,000 EMH only, you can have enough shield strength from crystallized reaction to rival Lan Yan shield. Really? Is that accurate? Like, did you just math that out, or did you actually test it out? I wonder what the math is on EM equals crystallized shield strength. For sure. Bro, he was like midway the Archon reruns. Did you expect another Archon rerun right away? Of course not. Of course not. But compared to an Arlecchino rerun, right? Compared to the likelihood of Arlecchino rerunning sooner than Furina, I would say the odds of Arlecchino being rerun before the next Furina rerun is much lower than Furina rerunning before the next Arlecchino rerun.
私に報告か？聞こう。
I have Nuvolet, Zalona, and C2. Nuvolet, Zalona, and C2. Wait, both of them? Zhongli, Citlali is limited 5-star. I can make my Nuvolet stronger with Furina, but my second team wouldn't have a strong DPS. What are... what teams? What's your other team? Like, what are your other potential second teams?
So のように私の瞳をじっと見つめるのはやめた方がいい。何を見てしまうとも限らないから。
Been 4 years, still haven't added a shield gauge. Yeah, yeah. I'm not really hoping. I'm not really even expecting something like that at this point, because like they couldn't even be bothered to give us a proper loadout system. So I can't even expect them to give us something like a shield gauge, you know? Because like, oh, by the way, so I'm not subscribed to Doro, but I do, like, YouTube does occasionally serve his content to me, and so I recently saw a short of him just coming up with this idea, right? Like coming up with this thought where Genshin doesn't want to give us a proper loadout system, because a proper loadout system would mean that we would be easily able to just swap artifacts around between our different characters, which means there would be quite a few of us players who would feel less, no, how do I describe this? We wouldn't feel as strongly about having to farm an artifact set for each and every one of the characters that we use frequently, if we had a proper loadout system, because we would just be able to easily swap around and share artifacts between the different characters, which means we would be farming artifacts less. Like, does that make sense? Because if I know I can, like, with 2 or 3 clicks, I can swap all the perfect gear immediately from Arlecchino to my Chlorinde, then I wouldn't bother farming an artifact set for Chlorinde specifically and for Arlecchino specifically, for the two of them, because I could just like swap between them. And I understand that there will still be a need for me to have multiple sets for multiple characters. Obviously, like we can have 2 teams in Spiral Abyss. But what about the characters that we don't use at the same time? So, yeah, that's sort of my thought. And their version of a loadout system, this like algorithm, this filtering thing, instead of a proper loadout system, instead of making us want to farm artifacts less. Instead, it makes us want to farm artifacts more. Because if we filter it to use artifacts that no characters are using, then we might not be getting the best artifacts for that character. That character might just be using like a second-rate build instead of being able to. Because if we were to allowed to pick specifically which artifact pieces should go to where to which character by picking a specific loadout, we would be able to evenly distribute the strength of our artifacts. Like we would give, let's say, between Hu Tao and shoot, let me think. Who shares artifacts? Kinich and Mavuika. Between Kinich and Mavuika, we have 2 usable artifacts. What is it called? What's the artifact called? Codex. Obsidian Codex sets. But not all of them are as good as each other. We only have one really good one, and the other set is like, it's just okay, just barely usable. But we want both of them to be as good as each other. We want both of them to be equally strong. By using whatever sorry excuse for a loadout system Hoyo has implemented, this algorithm thing, this filtering thing, it's not even a loadout, it's a filter. We can't evenly distribute the strength of artifacts between those 2 characters, because if we go to Mavuika first, then she'll get all the best artifacts and she'll have like a really strong build, and then we go to Kinich and we filter it to don't use artifacts that are being used on other characters. Then Kinich will have a very mediocre build with our whatever was left artifact pieces. But if we filter it to also take artifacts that are being used by other characters, then Mavuika will lose some of her artifacts. So it just, instead, it make like this way of this version of a loadout system, instead of making us feel like we can farm artifacts less, instead it wants us to farm more artifacts so that we have like really good pieces for everyone. Is Xiao weapon good for Arlecchino? It is very good on her. Howman, sorry man. Sorry. Oh god, that was cringe. Homan Harandi. Yes, it is very good. Jade Spear is very good for Arlecchino. Lost Arle weapon to Chlorinde. Should have just gone for C1. Oh man, that sucks. Well, at the very least, Chlorinde's weapon is not terrible. It's a good stat stick. At the very least, it's a good weapon. It's a decent weapon. It's not a terrible weapon. At the very least, it's not Kokomi's donut or Baizhu's donut, right? It's decent. Oh, there's another one here. Where was that? Oh, there. Sorry, I had to get my lunch. Inari / Yanfei are my second DPS. Tainari, Yanfei. Wait, what? Burning? Tainari, Yanfei burning? Or like, are you talking about, so not necessarily burning, but like, are you just using Yanfei as a shielder for your Tainari character? For your Tainari character. Okay, that sounds quite copium. That sounds properly copium. Um, Man, that sucks. Wait, what if it? Okay. What? Uh, Kakashi Sensei. What about national? What about national team? Do you have Shengling, Bennett, and Xingqiu at the very least? And if you do, are you able to at the very least build them decently? Oh, by the way, I thought this mechanic was pretty cool. Like, how they made like everything black and white. I think it's pretty cool. It's probably not very complicated to implement something like this. How did this work again? How do I push this thing? Oh, okay. Lost this color. Cannot proceed. How do I color this thing then? Okay, I'm gonna have to watch the video. I don't remember how this works. How they came home, eh? Yeah, but you know, begrudgingly. Begrudgingly. He didn't come home without a fight, I'll tell you that. He did not come home without a fight. Oh, I use them. I use one of them depending on what I need. Yes, I have a couple of them built, like Bennett, Fischl, Rosaria, even Mona. I usually use on my teams. So, you said you have Zelonen. Sorry, who was that again? Zelonen, Nuvelet, and someone. I'm 50 pulls into her, but there's little hope. Oh, don't worry, Percy. We still have quite a few days. I think there's still 2 weeks in the banner. Yeah, a little bit less than 2 weeks. And there's still a few events to go through. I'm doing the R&R quest for her. Now, I understand the R&R quest is not necessary to move the main storyline forward. But if you want to have at the very least, like, not even everything. Like, that's the worst part is, like, even after doing the entire R&R quest chain, you still haven't, like, by the time you finish it, you still wouldn't have been, you know, like, all of Natlan still wouldn't be unlocked. Or, sorry, Natlan. All of Sumeru still wouldn't be fully unlocked. There would still be a bunch of underground regions that have their own world quest for you to go through to unlock. And that's the worst part about it, because like it's already so long and it doesn't, and it yet it still doesn't unlock everything. But you know, even despite that fact, it does unlock quite a few things, quite a few parts of some of underground stuff in Sumeru. So, you know, regardless of whether or not you need to do it, I feel like it's a good idea to do the R&R quest chain. I kind of don't remember what I need to do here. Oh, right. Remove something over here, and then put a rock on that thing. And I think I need to plug this hole here. Okay. So now where do I get a second rock? Here? Oh, that is a rock. Okay, cool. 100%ed everything in Fontaine and Inazuma. Oh god, Inazuma's... Okay, I can't believe you actually did it for Inazuma. Inazuma's kind of a nightmare. So doing Sumeru, but I just don't feel like exploring without doing all the main quests in a region, so doing them all. That sounds like a lot, man. It sounds like a lot. I completed 100% of the desert for less than 20 pulls, if I remember correctly. Oh, God. Oh, ugh, man. That sounds so painful. The desert? Sumeru Desert? That's so much stuff to do, man. Especially, like, the underground stuff. The underground stuff and the stuff that had to do with, like, the book. Like, okay, it wasn't a book. It was a tablet, I think. A stone tablet. I don't know, man. I don't think... I think someone could pay me to 100% their underground Sumeru, but it wouldn't be a significant... It wouldn't be a... It would have to be a significant amount of money. Like, an unreasonable amount of money for that amount of work. For me to just say yes, like to do their underground Sumeru Desert exploration for them. But as for voluntarily doing it, no. I really wouldn't go through that ever again. Unless if somebody paid me an obscene amount of money. And I'm not talking about like $1 million. Like that would be crazy. But it would have to be like an amount of money that would make me, that would allow me to go on like Maybe like an entire week off. Yeah, like an entire week of my income before I say yes. At the very least. Okay, I'm gonna need to go. Good luck with your pulls, y'all. Have a great day. Alright, hey, thanks for coming by to hang out with us for a bit. Hatake Kakashi. Take care, man. Appreciate it. The desert is cool, at least. It's cool to look at. It's cool to look at. And in my opinion, I think it is a cool concept. Like, it makes it feel way more like an adventure game. In my opinion, I think it makes it feel way more like an adventure game. And I think that is cool. I think that's cool. But it's just not enough rewards to make the amount of time spent exploring it worth it. Okay, can y'all just group up together? There's another one. Well, that was just dumb chest placement. Inazuma was actually kind of fun. I like the puzzles. For somebody who enjoys that kind of stuff, Inazuma certainly was the most, the region that had the most, it was like the most puzzle concentrated. But I just hated that some, like that, no, not just some, but a lot of the puzzles were completely RNG based. Like you just had to keep hitting it until you got lucky. Pretty sure, milli? What's a milli? A million. Oh, million. More than a week of your income. In that case, if somebody's willing to give me $1 million just to play a video game, that would mean that that's a person that is... why can't I get this? That's a person with a significant amount of money. In which case, I'll probably try to haggle for 2. Just because I think somebody who could do that is somebody... Wait, okay, I think I'm an idiot. I might have already done this. Hang on. How do I know if I finished this? Okay, because there are 2 rocks on the thing already. Okay, I'm an idiot, yeah. Yeah, like somebody who can give someone $1 million to play a part of a video game. It's very likely that that person has way more money than they know what to do with. Therefore, I might try to haggle for 2. No, I'm not fully exploring the desert either, but the music and general vibe are dope. Oh yeah, I 100% agree with that. I remember I enjoyed doing daily. Where's the thing for this? I remember I enjoyed doing daily commissions in the Sumeru Desert just because I like the music. I like the music, and yeah, the vibe, just the general vibe. Okay, where's the thing for this? No, that's a different thing. Oh, it's behind these things. Ah, yep. Hmm. Ah. Mm.
予想外のことというのは楽しい。
Okay, this one took me a while to figure out. It was kind of annoying. Like it seems like you have to line this up really well. There, okay. Somehow I got it on my second try this time. The last time I did this, I was stuck here for like 5 minutes. My lucky pulling for sports is dog crap. 10 pulls tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? Combining Imaginarium Theater. Sorry, what? Where are these 10 pulls coming from? So Imaginarium Theater. Okay, 800 primos. Where's the other 800? Because from what I remember, this isn't tomorrow. This thing. Oh, wait. Oh. From February 1. 5 pieces of mail. Oh, okay. From February 1. Okay. For some reason, I was like, I never really paid attention to this. I just kind of, like, I just saw February, and I don't know why I didn't see 1. I saw 5, and I just thought, like, oh, we'll get this on February 5. Man, I better get moving. I'm still halfway through this video that I'm following along to. And I'm already getting kind of sleepy. Hmm. Did I need to light up again? Light up the left side of his face, outline to the back. Okay. Oh, shoot. I need to get another torch. Where do I get one? Left side. Oh.
子供たちは今頃どうしているだろうか。まあ好きにすればいい。
気を見せてみろ。
I hate Imaginary Theater. It is certainly not my favorite piece of Genshin content, but it's free Primo Gems, and it's free Primo Gems, and it's some form of combat, so it's something. I still would have preferred twice a month Spiral Abyss. And Imaginary Theater I just don't like it because it doesn't allow me to just play the teams that I want to play. It forces me into these situations where like I have to be using these like random teams that just like that, you know, random teams that of whatever is left of the characters that I haven't used. Because it's coming soon later. 8 more is this month's web event, Rattan Immortal. And of course I forgot. Higher J. What's up, Siri? Yeah, good to see you again, man. Good to see you again. No problem. Um, I don't mind that. I don't mind the web event. I don't like that it's taking so long. It's taking so much of my time just to get all the rewards from it. I don't like that. But at the very least, like it's somewhat creative. It's a creative way. Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate it because at least like I imagine it probably took a certain amount of creativity to come up with that as a browser event, as a web event. Oh, and what I hate about it the most is I did not know that you had to click on. So you know how like every day there's like a character, a different character's face that shows up next to the start button. Oh no, not next to the start button, but like somewhere on the interface. I did not know that you had to click on that to get points, and the points would move your thing closer to getting more of the rewards at the bottom. I thought they were purely decorative. They didn't tell us. I already like missed 3 days of clicking on the characters. Yeah, yeah, right. And I only found out after I already did like 4 days, 4 or 5 days of it. Have you tried the Hydro Traveler glitch? It has literally become the strongest character in Genshin due to the glitch. I have not. Only so you are only the second person to have mentioned the Hydro Traveler slash who is it? Someone. It was a Hydro Traveler and someone else glitch. I told the characters there, they were just showing. I told the characters they were just showing for display. I think you mean thought. Yeah, me too. Me too. I thought the exact same thing. I don't even remember why I thought about clicking the faces. I just remember clicking on one and then it showed me like 200 something points. And then I noticed that the thing at the bottom moved a lot. And I was like, what? How did I not know about this after 4 or 5 days of doing the web event? Hmm. Have I done this puzzle already? How come? Oh, here. Okay. I missed like 720 points in total. It's easy playing using PC for the web. Is it easy? I think it's easy. I think it's easy. The annoying part about it is because I don't like having hardware acceleration turned on on my web browser. The web events are quite laggy if you don't have hardware acceleration turned on. Which means you're going to have to turn on hardware acceleration when you do the web event if you don't have it on. Which means you're going to have to close and reopen the tabs that you already had open. And in my case, my solution to that, my easy solution to that is I already have Edge installed. And now I don't use Edge, but at the very least it's a different browser that supports hardware acceleration. So I just have Edge's hardware acceleration turned on all the time. And I open an incognito window, incognito tab in Edge. I click on the web event in the game in Genshin, and then it opens in Chrome. I copy the link, paste it into Edge, and voila. I now have a web browser that I don't need to restart all the tabs that I had open. Because I had a hard time using the phone. Must be skill issue. You know, I have never done a web event via on the phone. I didn't even know you could do it on the phone. Hold up. Congrats on getting Arlecchino. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Like, thank you for the congratulations. But it was not... Honestly, it didn't feel super satisfying. Use the hued monitor to paint the wall? How do I... What? How does it work? Oh. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. Hold E. I just splash it around. Didn't feel good getting C1 too. Yeah, but at the very least, like, your Arlecchino is now way stronger than it used to be.
そのように私の瞳をじっと見つめるのはやめた方がいい。何を見てしまうとも限らないからね。
Okay, I'm getting sleepy and it is not helping me. This is not easier to do while sleepy. I gotta say, that was kind of entertaining. That was a cool challenge.
この瞬間の喜びを覚えて
The skill changed a lot, but I'd rather have her C0. Was trying to get so hard to get Lan Yan. Kept getting Rosaria until I got C1. Well, I mean, you were gonna get Lan Yan from this thing anyway. Why did you have to wish on the banner? Right, like you could have just gotten Lan Yan from here. I know, I was dumb. I didn't realize. Oh my god. Alive. Can I ask 2 questions? Sure, go right ahead, loyal hater. Y'all celebrate Chinese New Year in the Philippines? No. Only Chinese people in the Philippines celebrate Chinese New Year.
Yeah. 風よ散れ
Who's better, Furina or Bennett? Hard to say, loyal hater, because it depends on the character. Because remember, they're both supports, right? So, better in what regard? In supporting? Because in supporting, then it's a toss up. It depends on like supporting who. Alright, what am I doing? When it comes to personal damage, I would say Furina takes that. A lot of Chinese people in Cebu Island. I don't think it's just Cebu. There's so many Chinese here in the Philippines. Like they're sort of everywhere here in the Philippines, and just because someone is Chinese and they're in the Philippines doesn't mean that they own a business. A lot of them, a lot of the really rich Chinese folk that are here, a lot of them are just business executives. Like for example, one of the big ISPs here in the country, a lot of their executives and their board members are Chinese folks. And I'm sure they have a bunch of other businesses other than just being on the board or like our business executives of a certain mega corporation in the country. But yeah, that's sort of the case. Support for Ex-Navia. Sorry, what's Ex-Navia? Oh, for example. Okay. Sorry, what did I need to do? Indwell a Tepetlosaur. Okay. Navia X, like in Pokemon card X mode. So in that case, who's better? I think both of them are just as good as each other. Although Bennett would be a little more annoying because like you'd have to stay in Bennett's circle. And at the same time, Furina also solves your patch element application problem. Like you just have off-field patch element application hydro in Furina's case because of Furina's skill. And for certain characters, Bennett would be better. So for someone like, okay, like let's say for example in Raiden National, right? Raiden, Xingqiu, Bennett, Shengling. If you were to replace Bennett with Furina in that team, I think you'd be losing on some damage. But as for mathematically exact answer, that I cannot give you. I'm not a math guy. If I was, then I would have given you an exact answer already, like way before yapping all of what I already yapped. Can you wish me good luck? I need soap. Sorry. How in the world did Xiao turn into soap, man? Okay. Anyway, hey, best of luck, man. Good luck. Good luck wishing for Xiao. Already started farming for unreleased characters like Skirk, Varessa, Aoife. I even started farming for Effie. How do you even know what they need? Guessing. Wow. Okay, jeez. RJ, you should paywall shoutouts. Uh, okay, when you say shoutouts, what do you mean shoutouts? Like, I hardly ever shout anyone out. I got this weapon. The people say is good on him. What weapon would that be? And on who are people saying that it's good on?
この瞬間の喜びを覚えてます。
Can I get a shout out? Akil Favonia and Bennett. Weapon. Yeah. So Akila Favonia is good on Bennett. It's not necessarily like good on Bennett. It's good on him because it's a high base attack weapon. And high base attack weapon equals bigger Bennett buff. I mean, more like wishing luck, etc. Yeah, okay. I get what you mean. I get what you mean by that, and I don't know. It's hard for me to to think about like, let's say somebody just said, okay, hey, wish me luck, right? Somebody just did that in the stream, and I just said, so yeah, like, how do I even say that? Like, I'll wish you luck if you give me a super chat, like, right? That's so weird. Like, I don't know, it feels really awkward. Guess that Lali, Mavuika, and Lanyan artifacts worked well. Oh, really? Didn't even look up leaks? You just guessed? Preformed them all 2 months before the banner's released. I already had of Mizuki artifacts ready. Say wish you luck in Cebuano. Set a goal that you'll only respond to super chats. Set a goal that you'll only respond to super chats. Well, like, so sure, it's a yes, cool. I understand the concept, but I just don't have the viewerships to do stuff like that yet. Like, there's literally 5 people watching right now, and like there's 2 of you talking, and 3 lurking. And the odds of someone, because I have such a small viewership, the odds of someone coming in, someone who has the means to do a super chat, or like to, basically give money away, coming into my chat, are really low. And it does happen every now and then. And the goal thing that I just said is like, it's just okay. I just said it there. I'm not expecting it to be reached, really, at least realistically. RJ, don't make me use tone indicators. What the heck's a tone indicator? I remember you said that earlier too. Wait, this isn't red yet? Oh my god. I was like, what do I paint? What do I paint? They seem to be like all the right colors now already. And then I watched the video that I'm following along to, and then he painted this red, and I was like, this isn't red enough yet? Wait, all of that? Just for... Man, it wasn't even like a proper chest. It was just one of the furniture chests. It's exactly what the name says. /serious, /joke, etc. Oh, okay. Okay, I am 2/3 of the way through this video that I'm following along to, and I am properly sleepy already. I don't know how long I can hold out. Now, granted, there isn't much left of the video. There's like 25 minutes left. And the only, like, it's an hour and 11-minute video, and I've only managed to stream with it for 4 hours now because of all the yapping, especially much earlier on. Can somebody confirm this to me? So from what I remember hearing someone say that if I hit 3 or more enemies with Arlecchino's skill, that I don't need to wait for it to cook. Am I understanding that correctly?
私に報告か？聞こう。
急がなくてもいいのよ。それ。よっ。風よ、散れ。はっ。はっ。急がなくてもいいのよ。すぐ終わらせて。
Go to bed, Gramps. I'm a bounce. Ah, man, I wish I could. I mean, like, I can. Obviously, there's nothing stopping me from doing it. But I'm almost done. And if I keep going, okay, where is this thing? Oh. Well, that sucks. Well, this is cringe. Because if I keep going and finish this, I'll be able to just like timestamp this, and then it's exploration from the beginning to the end of this specific region. Instead of having to timestamp like a part 1 on this stream and then the next part is in the other stream, I'll be able to just have it all in one stream. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and I understand, like, I don't really stand to gain much from being able to do it that way. It's, I don't know, it's probably like some sort of like obsessive compulsive thing, I don't know. You got Arla's weapon? No. I wish I did. I wish I'd had Arlecchino's weapon. But Arlecchino's weapon is not a very high priority. Since it is mostly drip, it's not even like, it's the strongest like overall, like on average in like many scenarios. But in quite a lot of scenarios, like Staff of Homa is better, Jade Spear is better. Well, I wouldn't say Jade Spear is better, but like Jade Spear is almost as good as her signature weapon in a lot of cases. Before I go, shorts go pretty hard in the algorithm. There's always a segment or two that can get clipped from your streams. Okay, come on. Alright, Mr. J. Don't... You know what? Okay, I guess I have no choice. I'm gonna have to give you the answer here. Yes, that is true. There are probably not just one or two. There are probably... Now, some streams I would say are pretty boring. And there's like nothing I can like clip from it. That I should have done at least a year ago. In fact, no. That's something that I should have done when YouTube Shorts was released. Like, as I should have started it immediately. Especially because like from when YouTube Shorts came out, like I was like pretty early. Like I was like paying really close attention to it, and I very early on I learned that views that views are, what the heck, you know, you get a lot of views, and like discoverability is really good with YouTube Shorts. It's not very good for... Now, I don't claim to fully to understand this like thing called CPM in on YouTube. I understand it's like the how much money per X number of views you get. It's something like that. But so that's what I hear people say. It's not very good CPM wise, but it is really good view wise. And it's also really good for discoverability. And I gotta say, I should have done that. I should have gotten started doing that way back then when YouTube Shorts got announced. I got no like proper answer for this one. I got no excuse. Other than the fact that I just didn't. YouTube Shorts strat, roll godly artifact or staff artifact, then post that boom profit. Yeah, that's true. Or do account reviews. Do account reviews of like whale characters, or characters that are really strong, and like give like a good like what is this, like a somewhat exaggerated reaction. Now, if that's your natural reaction, like you're naturally energetic and whatever, sure, you don't have to exaggerate it. But for somebody like me who's like meh, 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 a very meh kind of guy, very low energy kind of guy, I have to exaggerate it. And then like there you go, boom, discoverability, subscribers. Mm, mm. Oh, yeah. So you maybe I'll clip something occasionally and DM you. Oh man, you don't have to do that. That sounds like way too much work, man. Like I mean, especially I mean like if you do, then yeah, cool. Thank you so much, but like you really don't have to. Like it's supposed to be my job. Why am I here? Why did it why did that quest teleport me here? Oh, you're kidding. Alright. Okay, this isn't part of that region, but okay, I'll do it. Alright, I'm all for real now. Alright. Thanks, Mr. J. Take care, man. Take care. Thanks for hanging out with us for quite some time. How are you doing, RJ? Long time no say. Hey, what's up, Shadow Wolf? Yeah, it has been a long time. I'm good. I'm good. I'm sleepy now, and I'm really just like I'm holding on as hard as I can because I'm almost done with 100%ing this region. So I might as well keep going just so I have it all in one stream, in just one like lengthy like part of the stream, instead of like cutting it off into like another part of the stream and into another stream. And yeah, so I'm just like hanging on so that I could finish this. So quite sleepy. Some guy I randomed had 3 genuinely perfect 48 CV ride in pieces. Jeez. Sorry, some guy you randomed? What do you mean? Sorry, what does randomed mean? Ain't no way. As you trying to 100% Natlan, insane word. It's, Jeff, I would agree with you if this was Sumeru or Inazuma. Like, I have to say, Natlan and Fontaine were not so bad. They weren't so bad. Inazuma and Sumeru, on the other hand, very different story. Very different story. But yeah, like, so, these two regions, I didn't 100% these two because at the time, I was still under the impression that, Sumeru Desert, like, awful exploration, like, way too much content for not enough rewards, right? Like, so I didn't, invest the time and energy into it. But when I finished the big world quest to go through to like unlock this place, by the time that I finished it, I'd already gotten to like this much exploration, and it wasn't annoying, and it wasn't cringe to explore. So I kind of thought that is this when these two regions came out, and after I already did my thing there, I started thinking, is this a change in mindset when it comes to like map building? Like, yeah, map building, not world building, okay, but map building, like where they put their challenges, what kind of challenges what are there, what kind of puzzles are there, where they put the chests in relation to other chests, in relation to other challenges, and whatever relation to where a quest takes you. They've gotten pretty good at it. They've made it so that like it feels a lot more streamlined. Like for example, you just doing a world quest might lead you to where there's a Sealy, and that Sealy will take you to exactly where you're going in the world quest, and there's a challenge there. You start that challenge, it zooms you across like a cavern, and then it's also exactly where that Sealy's going, and you finish the challenge, and then at the same time, like a couple of steps forward, this you get the chest from the Sealy, and you're also now easily on your way to get to wherever it is you were trying to go to because of the world quest. Right? And like I felt a lot of that in this region of Sumeru, and as I was doing the Archon quest, the big world quest, the Nartzes and Kreutz world quest chain, in Sumeru, Fontaine, I felt that it was very similar to this, but more refined and less cringe. And then so yeah, that's why I kind of resigned myself to 100% Fontaine, and it wasn't very big. It wasn't very big. And I did the same thing with Natlan, albeit these three subregions and Natlan 5.2. I think it's just me being lazy, but I don't know why. It feels a little more. It feels like it's a little more effort compared to Fontaine. Maybe it's just me. I can't say that for sure. Maybe I'm just being lazy. Meaning I was joining worlds for character mats. Like randomly like going to different people's worlds and like asking for their mats. Okay. See, really? Wow, dude. I haven't done that in a really long time. Like I only did that like way long ago when I was when I was still a newbie. Say, what's up? Oh, hey, you're back. You're back, wrong person. Happy birthday, man. I actually greeted you about 12 minutes after midnight. I remember to look at the time, but you weren't here. Also, you're still awake? I lost count how many times he has yapped about this region already. Yeah, it's been quite a few times already. Quite a few times. Jinyu Vale was super bad linear. Oh, that's a really good way to describe it. Linear exploration. Because of how many random challenges were scattered around. That is true. That is true. Like, and I think like for some, it was weird, right? Like Jinyu Vale, I did feel that it was a bit weird because like Fontaine seemed really streamlined, and then like Jinyu Vale, and like so many of the things, not everything, but so many of the things seemed random. Like there was the like linear exploration, as you said, right? It just didn't feel as linear as this region of Sumeru and Fontaine. But I still I persevered through it. Just because I was under the impression that it was as smooth as Fontaine, and so I was like, well, I'm already a couple hours in. I might as well keep going. Oh, really? I disappeared. Yes, I've been awake. I guess I hoped my friends would think of me. My best friend did, I guess, and that's enough for me. It's alright, man. Hey, you know what? Think of what's really important, you know? Yeah. Anyway, happy birthday, man. Congrats on being 30 years old. No, I'm just messing with you. I don't know if you played Elden Ring. Oh god, no. Tenyu Vale is basically Elden Ring exploration. I don't. Elden Ring is something that I don't think I will ever play. Like I hear a lot of good things about it, but I hear a lot of good things about it, but I also hear that it's a bit of a hard game, and it's certainly not the hardest game I've heard out there. Sorry, where are we going? There's what? Huh? Okay, sorry. Where are we going? Oh, okay. Anyways, I really appreciate RJ. Thanks. That's sweet, man. I'm just trying to be not a jerk, you know. Like I already know I'm a jerk. I already know I'm not the nicest person out there. So like, and because I know I'm not a very nice person, I try to be not a not nice person. Right? Or like I actively try to not show it. And that thing is booking it. You know, something I wish Oyo would implement into Genshin was something similar to stages in this old game, this old PvP game I used to play called Rakion. So the stages that I'm talking about is like, so in Rakion, you could either do it solo or you could do it with other people. Some of the stages you could easily do them solo, even though they were stages that were designed for like 2 or 3 players. Some you could do it solo by cheesing it, like there was like a way to cheese certain stages, and there were also some stages that you could just because like I don't know what happened with that game. Like a couple of years after I took a break for like a couple of years, when I went back, there was so much like power creep that happened in that game that like there were some that game had summons, like they had summons slash pets or whatever. And when I returned after like a multi-year, like several year break, there were certain summons that were like that would have been considered like way too crazy and OP, from like something that nobody probably would have imagined at the time before I took a break. And because of those summons, those summons made it so that so many of the old stages were now soloable, like easily soloable, as long as you had the pots. Like not necessarily HP pots. Like there were three kinds of pots. Three main kinds of pots in that game. So HP, armor, and CP. CP was sell point, and it was what you needed in order to summon your summons.
風よ散れ
おい
貫く
お前の勇気を見せてみろ
や
捕まえたどの目が出る
次は
抑える
Oh, hey. What am I supposed to do? Okay. Am I so? All right, I'm supposed to light it up in the right order, I believe. And I'm pretty sure I'm lighting it up on the... No, that was the wrong order. Okay. So... that one, and that one. Okay, that was certainly the right order.
痛がったねかかれリトル工作せ
Oh. Oh. This guy didn't have pyro on him.
悪くない収穫
So
だ
that Kazuha E was kind of worthless. So okay, yeah. So the stages thing, it was pretty cool, and like I honestly wish that that would be implemented in Genshin. So what it was is like, so so the way that you create a game in that, well, in that game, create a game is like you have to make a room, and then like that's sort of like how you make change the settings of what kind of game mode you wanted to play. So you change the settings in that room. So you make a room. Of course, you set the room to whatever stage you want to play, or if you want to play like team mode or whatever game mode you want to play. So stage mode, cool. And then you select the stage, and then you either go in solo or you wait for teammates, whatever. And basically what it was is, it wasn't always a maze, but you had to go through like multiple areas. Like you go to a certain area, once you get there, a bunch of enemies spawn, and then you go through all those enemies. You mow all those enemies down. And then once you go through those enemies, then you go to another area. You go to another area, and then you like enemies spawn, and then you mow down those enemies. And then you go to the next area, the next area, the next area. But sometimes, some of the stages were mazes. And also, it was a timed thing. Like, there was a timer. So, it was really fun. And I wish that something like that would be in Genshin too. Bro, the golem cell was so broken. Literally, the Zhongli of Rakion. The golem cell, oh, wait a moment. Whoa, hey, Jeff. You're literally the first person here who knows about Rakion. I've talked about this game and like my old stories for like quite a few times already, and like you're the first person who seems to know about that game. So I got really far into that game. Like I took it really seriously. So sorry, Jeff, what year did you play Rakion in? Because like I wanna know, like, because I played Rakion back in the early days, like in the mid 2000s. I also played Rakion in the early 2010s, and in the early Rakion, mid 2000s was very different from Rakion 2010s. It's such an old game, I'm not surprised at all. Speaking of power creep, with summons, HSR released a new path, and the Path of Remembrance is all about summons. Oh yeah, I saw a short about that. That apparently the summons are like really OP. 2010s. Oh, okay. So Jeff, I assume you've already, like, by the time that you were playing the game, there were already Musketeer Kings. Is that right? Were there already Musketeer Kings by the time you played in the 2010s? Now summons aren't OP. It's just a new mechanic. It's very unique. Every character that follows HSR, the Path of Remembrance had the summons that are unique to them, so it's more unique than OP. I don't know how to explain it. You know what I mean? Yeah. But the short that I saw of it, like, I don't remember whose it was, but I just remember that they seemed to be under the influence that under the idea that that the summons were like really made your characters really strong. Okay, so I guess you were already at the point where there were Musketeer Kings. All right, so if you played, so okay, you didn't play like in the mid 2000s, right? In the mid 2000s, Jeff, there were no Musketeer Kings. Like the strongest summons that you could have in Rakion at the time were the golems, the soul cannons, and oh man, what else was it? Oh, the Black Taurus. The Black Taurus. But the Black Taurus was cash only. The Black Taurus and the Soul Cannons were cash only. I saved up my allowance. I was in high school when I played Rakion. I saved up my allowance and I bought 2 Soul Cannons. And it was incredible. Like I got to the point where like I was like one of the top players. Now the game itself did not have proper, like it didn't have like an official leaderboard, but like every one of the top players knew me, and I knew like most of the top players as well. And like we often did PvP against each other, and it was really fun. Yeah. Like I grinded. Yeah. Like although in that era, like in the mid 2000s, I never got to level 99, but I did get to max out my stats because I saved up my allowance, and I bought power users like many times. I didn't stack up like thousands of days of power users though, but I did eventually save up enough to be able to max out not every stat, but like relevant stats. Like my main on in that era in the mid 2000s was blacksmith. But when after I graduated from college, I took a break for several years because, well, I had to go get a job and, you know, like make a life for myself. And by the time that I went back, so I before I took a break, I sort of left my account with my friend. Like I told him, do you need a strong account? Yeah, do you need a strong account? Okay. So well, I'm not gonna be playing for a few years, so here you go. I left it with my friend, and when I logged in again, somewhere around 2012. It was like towards the end of 2012. Actually, you know what? I think it was 2013 already. When I logged in again, I saw my account and I was like, oh man, this is a very different account now. And like everything was different about it. Like, and I was looking at it and I was like, this isn't my account anymore. It just seemed so different from like how I would prefer my account to be built. So I decided I just start over, made a new account, and well, because I had a job, I could spend way more money at that point. And so I did. And so I did. I bought a couple of Musketeer Kings. So of course I bought Power Users. And so when I returned in 2013, they had this thing where they had like double XP, double gold every weekend. And it would start at midnight, like Friday, and then midnight crossed over into Saturday. And like from then to like midnight at the end of Sunday, it would be double gold, double XP. I smell a whale. I no, maybe like I wouldn't consider myself a whale. I did spend, but not whale levels of spending. Yeah. It wasn't a very expensive game to begin with. It was a very small scale game, especially compared to something like Genshin. It was tiny. It was like, man, like there are okay. Genshin is a browser, is a mobile game. Okay, I was about to say there are mobile games that are way more expensive than Rakion was, and then I thought, oh wait, Genshin's a mobile game. So that was the wrong statement to make. And hang on, where are these enemies? Ah, there. So what I bought was I would just buy enough for enough currency. I would just buy enough currency that I would be able to like use it for like about 3 or 4 weeks to reset all my stages. Because like stages in Rakion were like they were worth way more XP and gold for the amount of time that you spent doing them, compared to like actually playing with other players. But the problem was that once you did a stage, you couldn't gain anything from it anymore. Once you completed it S rank, you couldn't get any XP or gold from it anymore. So of course, like your growth from stages was limited. If limited to if once you completed everything, then you'd just be stuck doing like PvP and like certain PvP game modes with other people. So, but cash. Oh, by the way, like their premium currency in the game was like it's not as convoluted as like Genshin's. Like Genshin's, you buy Genesis crystals. You use Genesis crystals to buy Primo gems. You use Primo gems to buy Intertwined Fates. Right? It's not as convoluted as that. It was just straight up. You buy cash. Like they called it cash in the game. But you buy cash. You use that cash to buy stuff in the game. The stuff you want. So I would you typically stockpile cash, and sometimes around $40 worth of cash would give me would allow me it would be enough cash for me to reset my stages, all my stages, about, let me think, about 3 or 4 weekends worth. 3 or 4 weekends worth. And by the way, going through all the stages, like doing all the stages that were soloable, right? Like that were soloable for, it's not a super free to play player, but like soloable for somebody who had like Musketeer Kings, like at the time Musketeer Kings were like the most OP pet in the entire game. And thanks to those two, like I was able to solo like most of the stages. There really were some stages that were just impossible to solo. Like there were like stages where you had to defend like 3 things at the same time, and they were all in different locations. So with that kind of like stage, then obviously you really need to have like there really needs to be 3 of you. And so like some of those stages I skipped. But the difficult part was that like some of the stages, like there was like a minimum level required for some of the stages. So like I had to really optimize which stages I had to like that I really had to optimize. I had to get as many of the stages as I could without and skipping as few as I could skip. Because I had to get as much XP as possible to get to as high a level as possible, so that oh, come on, come on, come on. Why is it there? So to make sure that I wouldn't be stuck somewhere where like the next stage was like I was too level to do the next stage, and I would be stuck for like a couple hours doing PvP mode with other people. So and like dude, I have notes. I made notes for it. I made notes to find out exactly which stages I had to do and in which order I had to do them in. And I got it down to a T. Like I memorized every single step that I had to take in every single stage in order to spend the least amount of time like doing it. Because remember, I had to do this like it was double XP and double gold through like in during the weekend. And the faster I could do them, the more times I could reset my stages. And the more times I could reset my stages, the faster I would level up, the faster I would get more gold. Gold, by the way, is like the non-premium currency in the game. Wait a moment. There's supposed to be a chest here. Did I get that chest already? Or did I skip it? Oh, wait, I might have skipped it. I did. I did skip it.
予想外のことというのは楽しいものだ。
Wait, what? Uh-oh, uh-oh. There's double reward events. I would sneak out of bed to attend that. It was, yeah, after that era, like at some point, I had to move on with my life again. Like, I had to move back. I quit my job in the city I lived in at the time, and then I moved back in with my parents. I lived with my parents for another about a month, maybe 2 months, I think. I was unemployed for 2 or 3 months. I didn't have a job. I just lived with my parents for a bit, and then I decided to try and pursue my career, like the career that I, went to college for. And I ended up moving to Manila. It didn't work out. I eventually made my way back to call centers again. And in that city, I did not play Rakion, like while I was in Manila. Oops. I didn't play Rakion while I was in Manila because I had a very different bunch of friends in Manila. I had a very different bunch of friends in Manila. In fact, like at that point in my life, I had already quit playing Dota. Dota. No, by the way, like high school days, Dota 2 did not exist yet. So fight the enemies. Where are these enemies? When I was in Manila, that was somewhere around the year 2014. Yeah, somewhere around the year 2014. So this was about the time when Dota 2 was fresh. So I played Dota 2 with played a bunch of Dota 2 with my friends, with my well, they were my friends, yes, and they were also the people I worked with. What else did I do there? What other video games did I do there? I played this browser game, this Naruto browser game. Like I don't know why I took it so seriously. It was basically Genshin Impact, but like really like dollar store Genshin Impact. Like very very pay to win though. Very pay to win. It was very pay to win. But hey, at least it was still playable. It was still playable even without spending money. So, what other game did I play there? I did eventually like log in to my account every now and then. I didn't really like. I would just like play some PvP, and because it wasn't like such a long break. Wasn't such a long break compared to the last time. Not much changed in Rakion, and like the same, like I still the stats that I left, the stats that I left in 2013 when I took another break from Rakion were still the max stats when I returned in 2014. Oh, I already got this one. So every now and then I could just log in and then like join like a PvP room or something. Yeah, those double rewards. I didn't want to miss a single second of that. There were like 40 stages, bro. It was a chore for me. Bro's committed to his tasks. Respect. Hey, RJ. Oh, hey, what's up, Foxley? What's up? How you doing, man? Sorry, we're yapping about. I finally found someone who played Rakion. Rakion, this old game that I keep telling you guys stories about. We're yapping about non-Genshin stuff. So the Musketeer Kings really helped out a bunch. Like without the Musketeer Kings, I probably would not have been able to solo like half of those stages. And what's annoying about soloing, about waiting for teammates, is because Rakion just wasn't a very big game. Like at the time, like some in the mid 2010s, Rakion would probably have like 1,000 players, 1,500 players active, like online and active. Right, but like compare that to something like Genshin, Genshin might have like 3 to 5 million, maybe 8 million players online at a single time. So it was not easy finding the right teammates, especially because at the time, what's the word, co-op games, what's another term for it? I guess co-op. Yeah, I don't know. Like, could somebody like give me like a better word for co-op? Multiplayer. Okay, yeah, there you go. Multiplayer. multiplayer games back then worked very fundamentally differently than they do now. And when I say fundamentally, I mean like infrastructure wise. Because like okay, multiplayer games. Now there were a few multiplayer games that were very server based. Like there were, and when I say server based, like servers owned by the like the game company. In Rakyon's case, so yes, there was the servers that would run the game, but then like there were also like when you created a room in Rakyon, it seemed like your computer would be hosting the room, because like everything in that room, like let's say you're doing stages, all the monsters and stuff, like they have 0 ping for you. But for everybody else, if your teammates ping was like 500 to you, their ping towards the monsters was also 500 ping. So it was really hard for them to fight. Okay, I don't remember what I needed to do here. I need an ectomosaur. Where can I get one? There. Can I do it without climbing? No. And most of the time, when somebody joined your room, or you joined someone's room, and they had 300 ping for you, like the game just wouldn't even let you join. Okay, life rings, I believe. Gotcha. Nope. Oh, that was... Okay, got one. Get another one. Oh, there. Huh. How am I gonna get you out of there? Well, there goes my ectomosaur. Okay, can you move? Please. Okay, I think I might have needed to bring out Furina here so I can just walk on water. Hey man, it's hard to even find a person who even knows about Rakyon, let alone plays it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There just weren't that many players because like it was a very niche game. It was a very niche game. Like even though there weren't that many games at the time, most of the gamers of that era were in other games. Like they were mostly in Ragnarok. They were mostly in Ragnarok and Flife. Ran Online and MU, the MMORPGs. MMORPGs were the thing at the time. Oh, well, there. Darn it. Okay, this is getting cringe. All right. Let's swap for you now, because swimming is getting old. He keeps going to the rock. Drifted off. They escaped. Oh, is that sort of like them resetting this thing? Okay, I don't mind. I don't mind resetting. Because that got really cringe where that guy kept getting stuck on that rock. What? Oh, God, thank goodness. These water pigeons are so annoying. They played RuneScape. Oh, yeah, RuneScape too. Like, they were, like, man, MMORPGs was just all the rage back then. Like, almost all gamers at the time were just in MMORPGs. Oh, I guess there was also Dota. There was also Dota 1. Especially because at the time Garena, I don't know how to pronounce it. Garena already existed, and Garena was sort of like, I didn't know exactly what Garena was. It was some sort of third-party platform where you could play LAN games online, and like it was like LAN, but not local. Like LAN via the internet, and but it was a third party. It was a third party platform. Like the platform didn't belong to any of the game developers. Any of the game developers that that the platform supported. And yeah, so at the time, like Dota was also a big thing. Me personally, at the time, I would grind mini clip. God rest his soul. Oh man, mini clip. I played mini clip a lot in my much younger years, cause and that was probably so that was somewhere around the time that I played Ragnarok, cause like when I played Ragnarok, I was too young is the wrong word, but because like my classmates were obviously the same age as me, but they fully understood the game. They fully understood the game. They knew exactly what to do, and like they were like really good at it. Whereas I was just, I guess, not too young, but I guess too stupid to play it well. So I didn't take the game as seriously as my classmates did. Oh, is that it? Oh, God. All right, one more thorn. One more thorn out of my side. Thank goodness. And at the time, like, I still really didn't truly understand how computers or how games worked. So I would really only play Ragnarok when I was playing at the internet cafe at the computer shop with my friends, and that was it. Like I would, like when they logged into Ragnarok, when they logged into Ragnarok and they were all playing at the same time in the same cafe. They would all party up and like go somewhere, like go kill a boss or something. But because they were all so high level at the time, I would just log in and I would say like, "Hey, where are you guys? Like, let me join the party." And then they would be like, "Well, the party's full, and it's like it's too like what level are you?" And like, "No, you're too low." So I didn't really get to do anything. Didn't really get to do anything. So like, okay, while they're like doing their thing, I would just like sit there, use up my time on the computer, and I would just open up miniclip. Some people are born gamers. I couldn't compete. Yeah, I don't even think it's about being a gamer or whatever. I think I'm just, I think I was just slow. Not even just, not even like a gamer instinct, but like I think I was just slow, like mentally slow. Cause it took me a really long time to like finally get it, and even like Genshin. I'm not even talking about young me anymore. I'm talking about present me. Like obviously not present because like this was 4 years ago. Because like Genshin is 4 years old at this point. Uh, Genshin. I took a really long time. It took me a really long time to finally get Genshin. Like to get how it works, to get how to understand a character kit, how to understand this character kit in relation to other character kits, and be able to like put these characters together into a team that has good synergy, and like understand, okay, how to build this character, what weapon should I use, how much energy recharge, stuff like that. And like I understand that when I say it took me a long time, it's complicated because like there's like a lot of little things that you have to learn, but it's not as is like far from being as complicated as something like Ragnarok. Like with Ragnarok, for example, you when you farm for a certain set of equipment for your character, especially when you get to the point where you're at end game, you need specific gear to fight a specific boss, and you need specific gear to for PvP, and you need specific gear to fight another boss and another boss and another boss. So, and you had to know all of these because these effects and stuff, they were not in the game. The items in the game, like the special cards that you could slot into your equipment, you had like their descriptions were not in the game. They just had like in-game like lore descriptions. They didn't tell you what they would do. So you had to know exactly what was weak against what was strong against what was immune to what. And yeah, it was nuts. It was nuts. Like, compared to Ragnarok, Genshin seems like a children's game in terms of complexity. Okay, I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy. Finally, one more thing done. Okay, now, what else do I have left to do? So, Natlan. Okay. So, the Natlan. I need to do Natlan 3 more times. So, this one, third account, my second account, and my friend's account. And I also need to do Tezcate, whatever region range. Let me think. 2 more times. Second account and my friend's account. And Kuahuacan Cliff 1 more time. Oh man, that is so relieving. I'm so relieved. Okay, Natlan, not looking forward to it because like like among the 5.2 regions, Natlan is the biggest by far, and it's the one that I have to do the most now because like 3 more. Oh wait, 3 more times. Yes, 3 more times. A lot of old games are like that, bro. Right? Like think about this. Like, Super Mario, very simple looking game, right? Adventure Island, very simple looking game. You look at it and you're like, oh, children's game. But then when you start playing, sure, stage 1, 1, very children's game. Stage 1, 2, still children's game. Stage 1, 3, you're like, this isn't a children's game anymore. You get to stage 4-1 in Super Mario? That ain't no that ain't no children's game. That's like a pro gamer's kind of game. Once you get to like stage 4-1, 6-1, oh god, it's I remember some of those days where I grinded Super Mario. I've only managed to beat Super Mario once ever. And I didn't even go through all the levels. I took all the shortcuts. I took like the fastest shortcuts possible by going through the right like pipes. I was muted. Why was I muted? I don't remember pressing the mute button. Okay, sorry, man. What was the last thing you heard me say? Hmm. Ah. Nope, nope. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Okay. Zero pity. Yeah, yeah, certainly not gonna happen. Honestly, I have no idea, but I got the general thing you were saying. Oh yeah, yeah, you've been playing for a long time. How long has this stream been going? Oh, geez, wow, 5 hours, huh? Well, I did start the stream somewhat early. Last night. Hmm. Okay, yeah, yeah. So, okay. So you were commenting about my Mora, and I was like, oh, it's real, all right. Yeah, and but I was muted. Oh, yeah. 12/02/2020. Wait, so have you been playing actively since then? I don't think that's possible. If you've been playing actively since then your account would probably look like mine at this point. So you probably took several long breaks, didn't you? Definitely not. What are all those boxes? I'm sorry. Okay, here's the thing. This is an inside. It's not necessarily a joke, but it's something that a lot of my regular viewers uh know about me. They sometimes call me a treasure hoarder, like the real treasure hoarder, like or the treasure hoarder king or the treasure hoarder archon. And well, as you know, as you could see, yeah. And look, fragile resin. Fragile resin. What else have I hoard? I've been. Oh, wait, wait. There's another thing. Okay, okay. Here. So look at my crystal chunks. No, this isn't even the best part. Like I'm on my third account again. Like I said, this is my youngest account. I'm on my third account, so I have way more than this on my first and second accounts. Look at my crystal cores. At some point, I maxed it out like 9999, and since I maxed it out, I stopped farming, and this was like more than a year ago. He's a treasure hoarder. I'm the real treasure hoarder. I'm the prime treasure hoarder. I'm FTP, and it took like 3 month to 2 month long breaks in my entire time playing. Also, to be frank, I don't 100% regions. You max crystal cores, nah, bro. I mean, like, here's the thing. Okay, so you obviously your name doesn't sound very familiar, so this might be your first time here, or maybe I'm just an old windbag and I just don't remember that you've been here before. Um, I I don't upload videos anymore now, but some of my earliest, like before I started streaming, I used to upload videos only, no streaming. And some of my earlier videos, in fact, one like my most highest viewed videos, like only like 10K views, is a crystal fly farming route, and it wasn't even like a really. It was okay. It was okay. It was like so many crystal flies for like just 5, 6, 7 minutes of your time. And it was from Mondstadt to Sumeru. It was just from Mondstadt to Sumeru. No Fontaine yet, no Natlan yet. But when Fontaine came out, I didn't feel the need to make another guide because Fontaine, like, even just the guide I already made, it gave you way more than you ever needed. And Fontaine had so many spots. I was just scrolling through YouTube and I saw your stream. I'm sick, and I'm sick currently. So I was like, why not watching something? I'm bored. I'm bored currently. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hey, you know what? What a chance encounter. Chance encounter. I'm sorry to hear that you're sick. That sucks. But chance encounter. Finally, I get to meet somebody who's played Rakion. Oh, hey, wrong person. You going out with your friend or something? You know, like to celebrate your birthday or something. Okay. I don't know how I got here. I remember asking about Ganyu. Wait, was that when I said something taste Ganyu? Were you the reason for that? True, this was the fate bringing together two Rakion players. Man. I'm not sure he's a busy person. Ah, I see. You know, what a weird floor 12 this is. Like, we've never had a Leyline disorder in floor 12 before. It's so unusual. It's so weird. Oops. Oh, by the way, something I did not know about Candace is this passive. So apparently, because of this passive, I have to build her HP now. Like, I have to build her, like, properly build her full HP. And somehow manage to maintain a solid amount of ER. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that on this account. But I'm going to try. Oh, okay, that's... Wait, it's on Yao Yao. Oh, man, okay. Yanfei. Okay, whatever. Yao Yao heals plenty anyway. Okay, Yanfei won't have anything though, but Yanfei is only level 70 from what I remember, so it doesn't matter on this account. Do I still have 2 emblem? Yes, okay. P. Oh, cool. Got one already. Let me see. Attack. HP percent. Crit rate. Oh, no. HP percent. ER crit rate. 24%. Why is it on... Whose is that? Whose stuff is this? Physical. Oh. Oh, it was that time when I was trying out like a 4-piece hunter Eula. Are you a Candace gamer? No, this is my first time because like okay, I guess you didn't know this, but I only got Arlecchino within the last couple of days. So I've really only been able to use Candace. In fact, this is my first time using Candace on this account. And like obviously you see me like re-gearing her. Because I did not know about that passive. Or like if I did know about it, like I forgot about it. Crit rate. Okay, 24. Okay, so this is my second emblem piece. Okay, no. So I'm not gonna swap that. Oh wait. There's also ER. Okay, okay. Yeah. I guess it's fine. Okay, 29k. Crit rate's on the really low side. Um, can I get something with some crit rate? Oops. Something, anything. Oh man, okay. I don't want to take those off. Those are characters that actually need that crit. Okay, I guess it's not gonna work. What are these pieces, bro? Your artifacts must be insane. It's, you know, I'm... Alright, here's... Okay, hang on. Let me show you. So, you know that I hoard stuff, right? Like, I hoard Mora, I hoard artifact boxes. You saw me hoard stuff, right? And I hoard these things. And again, you know, this is my youngest account. This isn't even the most of it. I have way more on my other accounts, on my first and second accounts. And I hoard stuff, you know, including artifacts. Is Candace C6? Yes. RJ, yeah. What is it? Well, I'm sure he's a busy guy. Okay, no, I was asking about pulling Ganyu as my first 5-star. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. You told me to go for Nahida. Oh, what? Oh my god, I remember now. Dude, that was so long ago. I remember that now. Was that the patch where I went for C6 Ganyu? I don't remember. I don't think it was the patch where I got C6 Ganyu. I think it was the patch where I got to C2 Ganyu, I think. I don't remember anymore. You got C5. Oh, I got C5 that patch? Oh, no. That was the patch that I got to C6. Yeah. Yeah, because, oh my god. I remember saying on stream that if I if I got to C5 during that Ganyu rerun and had to wait for another rerun to go for C6, I don't know. I don't know what I would have done. I got to C5 maybe on that stream, but like within that same Ganyu rerun, I eventually got to C6. Your youngest account, I can't, bro. You're too insane. Yeah, well, you know, I've been playing actively, and when I say actively, I mean like actively. I do not let my resin cap. I use my resin. Of course, it slips every now and then. I forget. I either forget or I make a mistake. Like I remember something wrong, or like I travel somewhere where there's no Wi-Fi or there's no like mobile data, so I can't like do my resin stuff. But you know, I play actively. You got the full metadata of when you first met, including the metadata. May I have a Welkin? Oh, dude. If only I could give away Welkins, that would be lovely. If I could give away Welkins, I would have put Welkins on my second and third accounts. I'm sorry. Like, I wish I could, Melissa, but it's not up to me. I'm no whale. I'm no spender. Just because I'm streaming, like look at my channel. There's 8 people watching. There's like 4 of you talking in chat, and like a 1,000 subscribers. Do you think I got the money to give Welkins away? So yeah, this is actually my first time trying out Candace on this account. I've had Candace built for 2 months now. I haven't used her. I've had Candace built for 2 months now. Ever since I started hearing rumors of Arlecchino's rerun. Oops. Second half. Oh jeez, I don't know what to use for the second half. Hyperbloom? I guess. Oh, no. Not Hyperbloom. Not Hyperbloom. Okay. It was... Okay. You, and you. Yeah. Yeah, sure. That's good. You're telling me you hoard good double crit 4-line pieces? Well, okay. No, well, yeah, of course, right? Like, of course you're gonna keep stuff like that. But, like, not just that. Anything that has even a hint of potential, I lock it. Even though I know I don't need it for anyone now, and I know that they say okay, so something like defense percent sands on an emblem, defense sands emblem with double crit on it. There is no character currently that uses 4-piece emblem that scales off of defense who is also a damage dealer that needs crit rate and crit damage, but because it's a double liner and it's it's emblem, I lock it. I don't raise it, but I lock it. I have so many artifacts that are just locked at +0 now. I built Candace specifically for Arlecchino. I recently just got her. Hey, I did the same exact thing, sir. I did the same exact thing. Like I said, my Candace has been built and leveled for 2 months now. Ever since I started hearing about the rumors of an Arlecchino rerun, I farmed for her, I built her, I geared her up. And then I was just waiting for an Arlecchino rerun. Burst DPS Navia. Burst DPS Navia. Wait, not... Navia doesn't scale off of the defense. Navia is an attack scaler. I know she's Geo, and most Geo characters scale off of defense. But no, Navia scales. Navia is an attack scaler. Burst DPS Chori. I guess so. You know, this is the thing I don't like about Candace as a Hydra applier, is she... Once there's pyro on the enemies, there's no way to... There's no way for her to overtake... There's no way for her to overtake the... pyro on enemies. Okay, Bennett. Hang on. What sword is Bennett using? Oh, that is right. Okay. Alright, Bennett on this account certainly has is certainly an energy hungry dude. Why? Am I messing up my rotations? He just won't have Hydro on him. Okay, there's no way I'm clearing this. Burst DPS is alone in. One day we'll get a Raiden, but instead of scaling on ER and attack, they'll scale off of defense. What a weird Raiden Shogun that would be.
どいてこの祈りに聞きなさい
Finally, he has Hydra on himself. Yeah, this Bennett is still struggling for energy. What weapons are Arlie running? Is that White Tassel? Because you're doing the same damage as mine with her signature. It's yeah, yes, it is in fact White Tassel. Oh, well, I mean, like White Tassel is not. It's a very strong weapon for Arlecchino. Like, think about it. 48% normal attack damage. So sure, very low. Oh god, I got cryo on me. Okay. Alright, well. Oh. Well, I got no stamina. Man, I hate having cryo on me. It's just it just uses up the stamina so much. Okay, very nice. Low base attack, but Pyro Resonance plus Bennett. Yeah. Bennett and Pyro Resonance help make up for it a bunch. White Tassel isn't far off her signature. It has more crit rate than her signature. That's true. Yeah, that's right. Is Deathmatch worthwhile on Arlecchino if you have one lying around? How would it compare to White Tassel? Man, it's been a long time since I've heard a comparison between them. So, from what I remember, Deathmatch is only a little bit behind R5 Deathmatch. R5 Deathmatch is only a little bit behind Jade Spear. I could be wrong because it's been a really long time since I've heard anyone talk about Deathmatch on Arlecchino. But that's what I remember. It's, you know, so that Fresco, that's a, sorry, there's no R in your name. Fresco, there's no, that's a very math oriented question. And if I knew how to do Genshin math, I would easily be able to do, to answer that for you. But yeah, I think it's very much a math question, and it's been a really long time since I heard someone talk about Deathmatch and like compared to like other weapons on Arlecchino. At R5, I would say it's really good. Especially if you just have one lying around not being used. Like let's say if you don't have Jade Spear, let's say you don't have Jade Spear, and you just don't feel comfortable about raising a 3-star weapon like White Tassel, then yeah, sure, deathmatch it is. It's a higher base attack and a higher crit rate. So what could go wrong with that, right? Pretty sure deathmatch is slightly better. Better than Jade Spear? Really? I have R1 deathmatch lying around from a battle pass I bought ages ago. Don't ever plan to R5 it, so I'm contemplating between R5 while Tassel or R1 deathmatch. My only 5-star spear is actually Skyward Spear. Oh god. Okay. Jade Spear is insane, of course not. I think, so in that case, man, that's a tough question. R1 deathmatch versus, because White Tassel, unless if you've already foddered all your White Tassels, because if you have, then you're screwed. You're screwed because the only way to get White Tassels is from chests from Liyue. And of course, Liyue, that includes what's the name of this region? Chenyu Vale. Of course, that includes Chenyu Vale because obviously it's part of Liyue. Chenyu Vale and Liyue chests. And if you've already done all your exploration there, but you've already foddered all your White Tassels, then sorry, no White Tassel for you. So I guess you're gonna have to go with deathmatch. But if you have if you still have a bunch of White Tassels, I think White Tassel might be better than R1 deathmatch. What artifacts do you have on Arlecchino? I have her on Whimsy. I just couldn't put together a good 4-piece Glad. And, you know, like I said, I've had my Candice built for 2 months now. Ever since I heard rumors of an Arlecchino rerun. Which means I also, like, at that time, I also started farming for Arlecchino. And I think this is the first domain where I farmed the domain and I only wanted one of the artifacts. Most of the domains that I actually, well, okay, like, because I'm an older player, at one point, before Inazuma even came out, right? Like, we only had Mondstadt and Liyue. I was farming for Crimson Witch, and that was for my Diluc. So, of course, then, like, I didn't want Lava Walker. What else did I farm for at some point? Oh, I guess Noblesse. Yeah, I guess I did farm for Noblesse. Like, obviously, who the heck wants Bloodstained? Oh yeah, VV. Who wants maidens, right? Okay. So I guess that was a lie. Yeah, but like in modern times, like after, so Inazuma, of course, I farmed for Emblem, but getting Shimenawa pieces was also a nice thing to have. After Shimenawa, after the Emblem domain was Gilded. And then after the Gilded domain was then the Hunter domain. And then, of course, this. So I was like, I was switching between this and the Natlan artifact sets. But I did start farming this before Natlan came out. So I guess it wasn't just 2 months ago. It was like quite a few months ago already, actually. Running the Bond of Life set, right? Yeah, Bond of Life set. I got a farm for Whimsy. I know that's gonna be a pain, but anything for father. Oh, wait, you haven't? Oh man! As soon as I heard the first inklings of an Arlecchino rerun, I immediately got on the Whimsy set, the Whimsy domain. With huge damage buffs, deathmatch is CFM. Sorry, what is CFM? Wrong person. Similar enough, the team makes the difference. Remember damage. Remember, damage and attack needs to be cancelled. It needs to be balanced in your team. Team building with huge damage bonus. Deathmatch is better, and vice versa. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. As it so happens, I have like 20 White Tassels left. Oh my god, 20? Okay, that doesn't sound like... Sounds like a lot. But like, if you had... Like, that is just one click to leveling a weapon. Like you could have just like clicked auto add, and if none of your white tassels were locked, it would have just added all of that in one go to upgrade a weapon that you're trying to upgrade. So like 20 sounds like a lot, but remember, there's just one click for you to get rid of all of that. Deathmatch is confirmed better than vice versa. Oh, I see. Thank you, wrong person. Well, you heard that, Fesco, right? Yeah. What the wrong person said about deathmatch. Won the Whimsy, Whimsy, farm for both, Chlorinde and Arlecchino, blew all my resin not too long ago. In for a slow and painful grind. That's alright, man. Just take your time. It's a video game. There's no rush. And it's a single player video game. There's no PvP in it. There's no PvP. There's no leaderboards. Nothing. I have so many missing enhancement ores, so I never use my actual weapons to enhance weapons. Sounds like you've been playing for quite some time already, Fesco. Temporarily benched my C1 R1 Nivelette to build Arlecchino. She'll also be C1 R1 with her signature set. Yeah, C1 R1. That must feel so nice. Like I don't mind sticking to white tassel for a while, but C1, I wish I could get it right now. Oh, that was wrong. That was completely wrong. She won't crit. Okay, there. Finally crit. Well, finally crit now that Bennett circle is gone. Come on, go into your hydro mode. Come on. Don't be shy. Okay, there's no way Candace is gonna be able to continue to apply hydro to this thing. Man, non-vapes doing like 90k, not bad. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't think I should be in here. Oh, absorb that thing? Okay, there we go. You know, this is the nice thing I love about Arlecchino. Okay, wow. 40 seconds left to do the second half. That was an awful run. I invested a ton of resources into my Nivelette. The first 5-star character I deliberately pull for constellations and signature weapon. Oh wow, really? My first one of those was, so I'm not sure. It's between Hu Tao and Ganyu. It's between the two of them. That was like from way back then, during their initial release. Just add Chevreuse, bro. Can you believe I got 2 5 stars and 40 pulls on Arlecchino banner before I got a single Chevreuse? Yeah, I can definitely believe that because I went through the same thing. Well, I wanted Kuki Shinobu copies on a Nahida banner, and I'd already lost. I already went past soft pity, lost my 50-50, and I had to go to almost hard pity again to get my guaranteed before I got 1 copy of Kuki Shinobu. I've technically played since release, but with very, very long breaks. 1 or 2 years each. Wow, dude. Okay, not even doing dailies during breaks. So I'd only really say I've been a real player for like the last 6 months. Ah, I see, I see. Although I'm surprised though that you have a lot of Mystic Enhancement ores, because like, well, I guess maybe you just didn't get that many weapons. I guess. Still don't have her, which is insane. Since I wished on C2 Raiden, to when she was on the. Oh my, what? Oh, okay, that's like way worse than anything I've experienced, Jeff. That's awful. That's crazy. How's that possible? C5 Chevy from the current banners couldn't get that C6 though. Oh, that sucks, man. Just one more, unfortunately. Razor is literally my main DPS from like 2020 until I got Navia on the 4.8 banner. Oh, Razor. No surprise. I never really enjoyed the game until oh, I see. Man, okay. That's why you took really long breaks. My first and only ever signature weapon was Homa. Was. Only ever. Sorry, I'm confused. Was? So not anymore? Like you have other signature weapons now? Never gonna go for a signature weapon. If I ever do, the first one will definitely be Navia's. Oh really? Why Navia's, Fesco? For your Navia? Are there like certain 5 stars that you're planning to go for? I wanted Hu Tao, but after seeing Arlecchino become playable, my plans changed. You know, I think Hu Tao is way more high investment compared to Arlecchino. And not just high investment when it comes to like, I think they need about the same amount of artifact investment to get them to a certain amount of damage per second, like a certain amount of, to get them to deal a certain amount of damage. But I'm talking more about like how much effort it takes to play them, because like with Arlecchino, okay, sure, you gotta get used to their playstyle, right? Like it's just a rotation, right? It's just a rotation. With Hu Tao, of course, you need to get used to the rotation. On top of that, you need to also get used to jump canceling if you don't ever plan on going for C1. So like it's just like way more effort with Hu Tao. One advantage Hu Tao does though is like she's like you could heal her easily. Not that you want to heal her, but at the very least you can heal her. Whereas with Arlecchino, if your burst is gone, then and you suddenly need healing, then you're screwed. Four stars harder to get the 5 stars for you. I mean, it's it's kind of true. It really is kind of true, like to a certain extent, because like 4 stars have no pity. So there's a chance that you could get up to C6 of the 5-star on a banner without getting even a single copy of a specific 4-star. Navia just made me like this game. Love her playstyle so much. Oh, wow. Okay. Sounds like you found your type of character, man. Need Crimson for Hu Tao, which is super hard to get a good set on. Nowadays, it's not super hard anymore because you can just strongbox the 4-piece Crimson. You also don't... It's not necessary that you get 4 Crimson on her. 4-piece Shiminao is also really strong. lot of 5-star characters now since I played. So hard in the last few months, but because I've mostly been playing catch up to get characters in every banner, there just aren't enough primos. It certainly will feel like that for quite some time, and at least until you get a couple more of the 5 stars that you're looking forward to. I got a Homa before getting Hutao. What? Same thing with Jade. Jade Spear, but I did get Xiao. Oh, I just remembered. So I'm on my 3rd account now, and this 3rd account, you'll wonder that this has a level 90 Dragon's Bane on it, R2 I think, or R3, and that was because it was during the Hu Tao Yelan banners. I had a bunch of Primo saved up. I went for Hu Tao, C0, and then C1, but I prioritized C1 over C0 because I knew that I at least had Dragon's Bane. It wasn't R5, but it was something. So I kind of thought to myself, if it doesn't matter, if I wait for, I'll just wait for another for a Hu Tao rerun before I go for Homa. As long as I get C1 now, because like C1 at the time, no Jian Yun yet, so Plunge Hu Tao didn't exist yet at the time. So I kind of thought like, okay, it doesn't matter. All right, but on that set of banners, like really low pity as well, I got so lucky that I got Homa. So like in one patch, I immediately went from like no Homa, no Hu Tao to C1 Hu Tao with Homa. Of course, I dried myself up with Primos, but you know, still, I got everything I wanted. Go around, get weapons unless I want to swipe, which I never really want to do. Sooner or later, once you start to get a bunch of like the more highly sought after 5 stars, you're gonna be able to skip quite a few more banners once you get to that point. And that also means you'll have a slightly you'll be a slightly looser when it comes to Primo Gems. You'll have a slight, you're not gonna be as bone dry when it comes to Primo Gems by then. After getting Skirk, I'm gonna go for Mawika's weapon whenever she reruns. Mawika's weapon. Oh, okay. From what I understand, Mawika's weapon is better than her C1, like overall. Not in every scenario, but like better than her C1 for her personal damage. Funny thing, I pulled Homa even though I already benched Hutao. Well, you did say you were pulling it for Arlecchino, right? Then started playing again in 4.8. I've grinded out the Primos for Navia, Yalan, Malani, Kazuha, Hutao, Zhongli. That's a lot of 5 stars. Raiden, Shiori, Zilonen, Mawika, Citlali. You got Mawika and Citlali? Dude, I'm so jealous. Chlorinde and hopefully Arlecchino. I only skip I've had is Chaska's banner. So yeah, hopefully I get some skip banners soon to save up. Man, you've done quite a lot. Like since 4.8, like that means you've been quite lucky. It hasn't been that long. Oh, I saw a 200k in there. Well, I should not have done that. Oh god. Okay, we're good. Alright, this was an okay run. Only I can get Candace to crit. Oh god, if I could just get you to crit, come on. I need healing. Oh man, it was going well, and then Candace just wouldn't crit. Oh, and like, okay, my Bennett's lacking energy. Been FTP for 3 years, not gonna lie. I wanted to swipe for Arlecchino dispatch, because the days on our banner were counting down, and I ran out of primos. Good thing Lantern Right was out at the same time. Oh yeah, yeah, certainly was a lifesaver. 300 pulls in 1 month in January. The grind was insane. Has been insane. When you say grind, I assume you mean like all the Archon quests, world quests, exploration, of course events and stuff. Man, that sounds like you. It sounds like you've been busy. I think Fresco needs therapy. He probably needs one. Yeah, he probably needs it very badly. Sad. I really enjoy just scouring the world and exploring for primos. But now that I've grinded so hard just to keep up with the banners, there's no exploring left for me to do. You know, that's sort of. I guess I get what you mean, but at the same time, that's sort of the point, right? But yeah, I know what you mean. Like it really, the game, like at the very beginning, the world feels so full of life and like it just feels. It just feels so full of life, and like once you do your exploration, it just feels so empty. Wow, white tassel. I did like a few 100k in there. It's not bad. Oh, darn it. Okay, I was in range. Okay, you know what? This isn't working. Alright. It's not getting late. I was about to say it's getting late, but that's wrong. It's been late. So I think I'm gonna call it. I think I'm gonna call it a night. I'm the only one that likes to take a stroll in the Genshin world, just to take a walk, enjoy the scenery. I do enjoy doing that, but I just haven't had the time to do that. Every time I log into Genshin, there's always something for me to do. I collected all the primos in my world. I did everything, and now I'm here waiting for events and abyss resets. Yep, that's, you know, your average Genshin player. Yeah, the life of your average Genshin player, man. Seems like what I'll be doing from now on. Yeah, that's exactly what the life of your average endgame Genshin player is.
私に報告か？
Hey, what's up, Riza? How have you been? Haven't seen you in a while. Been good, man. Been good. Been good. How about you, Riza? Man, you came at a bad time. I was just about to get off. I'm achievement farming, and it's the biggest grind ever. It's literally infinite content. Infinite's a strong word, but some of the achievements are really hard. So you might be in there infinitely, just trying to get them. They keep adding new ones too. Oh yeah, of course, because like there's always like new updates and stuff. The schedule is packed because it's exam season here. Oh, I see, I see. All right. Well, like I said, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. It's been really late for some time now. So, for those of you who need help building your characters, accounts, or making a decision which branch to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my personal opinion, you can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein. Of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. The signature zoom. Oh, this is okay. Arlecchino sat down. You can't see her face. Yeah. Take care, everybody. Bye, everyone.